Chapter 1739. On the surface of the boiling, deep-sea lake, countless poisonous bubbles emerged. However, in an instant, the exploration ship that the Emperor of the Undersea City came on was seriously corroded. It then rotted and finally turned into dust in the sea. Ferocious demons emerged from the land of death below, like crabs quietly climbing up the beach at night. Their numbers were shocking. Soon, they had completely surrounded the Emperor of the underwater city. Their scarlet eyes and many gazes were greedily staring at him. His Majesty ignored these greedy gazes and walked forward step by step. Finally, there was a demon that couldn't restrain its instincts and pounced on Louis XXXIX. This was like a signal that made all the demons go crazy at this moment. A large number of demons pounced at the same time. They had sharp claws and sharp fangs, and they could even let out frightening cries. They were nightmares that disregarded everything and devoured everything. Finally, the demons completely drowned the Emperor of the underwater city. They piled up like a mountain, but they still advanced dauntlessly. At this moment, a blue light shot out and instantly drove all the demons away. Driven away, under this powerful light, the demons didn't even have time to scream before they were completely annihilated. Louis XXXIX came to the edge of the lake and scathed. He raised his hand, and a blue light ball condensed in his palm. Then it slowly flew out and finally landed on the surface of the lake. Following that, it sank bit by bit. The surface of the lake was still calm, but the Emperor was deep in thought and directly clenched his fist. As if something had exploded under the lake, a spiral light pattern shot up to the sky in an instant. The lake water in the land of death seemed to have encountered a sea tornado and was instantly sucked away. The huge sea tornado even stirred up the surrounding sea. She saw that there was a huge number of demons in the lake water that had been swept up. They were roaring angrily in this whirlwind, squeezing together like ants on a hot pan. Louis XXXIX silently glanced at it and then swung his arm. At the center of the sea tornado, a huge collapse appeared in an instant. It was crazily compressing, squeezing all the demons into the deepest point. Then the whirlpool suddenly stopped and dispersed. The demons had disappeared, only at the bottom of the lake, that cave that constantly exuded an aura of despair was emitting wisps of gray mist at this moment. There are enough demons to form 2 eyes of the sea abyss. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice that sounded like the wind whistling through the winding mountain cave slowly sounded. "Louis, my servant, I smell a large amount of Eye of the Abyss on you. Give it to me, and I'll give you more power, my most loyal servant. I do have quite a lot on me." His Majesty, the Emperor of Undersea City, smiled and waved his hand. Above, where the collapsed sea tornado was, 2 black balls suddenly appeared, no more and no less. Just as the hoarse voice said, there were exactly 2 balls. At this time, they slowly descended into the palm of the Undersea City Emperor. "Give it to me." That deep, hoarse, but unquestionable voice sounded again. "Here." His Majesty raised his hand at this time, and the 2 Eye of the Abyss floated directly into the cave at the bottom. A low, ruthless, and joyous laughter rang out from this place. But at the moment when the 2 Eye of the Abyss were about to enter the cave, His Majesty suddenly clenched his hand. The 2 Eye of the Abyss quickly returned to his hand. "But unfortunately, this is not for you. Louis." The voice that brought fear was quite calm. "You want to tease me and infuriate me, right?" His Majesty the Emperor said indifferently, "Do you need to be infuriated? You, who are the amalgamation of these things, are one of the angry ones. But what you said about teasing is true. You forgot, Louis. Have you forgotten who has been protecting your underwater city for such a long time? Who is it? All the humans in Underwater City live like humans. This group of monsters, this group of demon-like monsters, without me, how can they live in such a utopian place? It's not like we didn't pay a price." His Majesty the Emperor said expressionlessly, We lost the chance to see the sun again because of this. Greed is the root of all tragedies. Before the sunken sea era, if the Lemurians didn't pursue greater power and fuse with magical energy, it would not have led to the extinction of their race. That voice laughed eerily. So I am the one who saved you. No, you are the one who is afraid of us. His Majesty the Emperor shook his head. You are afraid of the entire Lemurian civilization. It was you who lured the first Lemurian into fusing with magical energy, and then spread it like a plague, spreading throughout the entire civilization. You were very weak at that time, so weak that you were on the verge of death, right? Only with the fear of the end of the world can you save yourself. Unfortunately, even after burying the entire Lemurian civilization, you still couldn't fully recover, so you changed your plan. You left behind the seeds, the sunken sea plan, the 10 undersea cities. They will provide you with endless food. Although it will take a long time, you, who have mostly recovered, are clearly not in a hurry. Louis. It laughed, and there was a hint of mockery in its laughter. Are you really Louis? Carl Lewis? No matter who I am. His Majesty shook his head. Those who bear the name of Louis will always do the same thing. Number 08 sin, right? Your identity, a laughable identity. You were just created, and your fate was already at the mercy of others. However, you were unwilling to accept it, and in the end you were a pitiful worm who escaped in a sorry state. Sin. I actually hate hearing this name. The voice rose and fell. It always reminds me of some bad things, and then wears down my patience again and again. So, you still plan to be like the most cowardly coward. Until now, you only dare to hide in this dark, narrow, and nasty cave, licking your wounds little by little, right? His Majesty the Emperor chuckled at this moment. I can feel it. Every time you climb that ladder, I can feel the fear, hesitation, cowardice, and anger in the depths of your heart. Let me guess, who is it that made you have no choice but to hide in this deep abyss like a reptile until now? Is it someone stronger than you? Is it those fellows who escaped from the test site like you? Or is it the test site itself? Hiss. The grayish-black smoke flickered a few times. Between disappearing and reappearing, it had even crossed the distance and directly approached the Emperor of the Undersea City. It was unpredictable and formless, but one could see the despair, death, fear, and so on. It was the image of the most terrifying thing in one's heart. I am not easily angered, really. Louis. The smoke changed, and a pale palm that looked like a claw slowly stretched out at this time. The sharp fingers gently stroked His Majesty the Emperor's cheek. But provoking me is obviously not good for you. Come on, tell me, Louis, how much do you really know in that awful place? Tell me what that place looks like now. You have been there, right? That place that let you know these secrets. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the courage to provoke me, although I know you are not Carl. The blue light flashed at this moment, and in an instant the blue, crystal-like armor had covered the Emperor of the Undersea City. The light bounced off the thick, gray smoke slightly. Do you want to know? His Majesty the Emperor smiled at this time. Maybe if you let me fall into despair, I will be willing to tell you. The holy armor, right? Sin's voice stuttered. I know, I've always known. This is the last thing you can rely on. One day, one of you will wear it and put an end to all of this. This is the source of your hope, and also the hope that you are willing to wait and surrender for such a long time. How beautiful! How dazzling! I have always been waiting for the last fruit to ripen. It is about to ripen, really, I can feel it. Come on, child who has inherited the name of Louis. Use the power of the holy armor to deal with me. I will let you know how powerless this hope is in the end. Then, I will devour the last undersea city. You will feel happiness that you have never felt before. It was like the ravings of a crazy prisoner. If it had a form at this moment, it would probably be a prisoner wearing a prisoner's costume, with the sound of the shackles on his hands and feet. The emperor of the undersea city looked at it expressionlessly, and then slowly closed his eyes. The blue light on the holy armor burst out again at this moment, dazzling and dazzling. It was a light that could illuminate the entire huge trench. It was hot and pure at the same time. At this moment, the ceaselessly surging smoke was like a melting ice cube, rapidly melting away. It was ceaselessly forming, yet ceaselessly being annihilated. Sin even moaned in pain, as if it was burned by the flames. This is not the power that the holy armor should have. This is not. Louis, what did you get? In that annoying place, what did you get? I am afraid it is something that you will not understand. His Majesty said slowly, in addition, to be exact, this is the power that the holy armor has. For a long time, the hope of countless Lemurians, their guilt day and night, are all here. I just woke them up, that is all. The Titan civilization, the technology of symbiosis between soul and machine, was a technology that he had completely mastered since he got it. In an instant, a huge beam of light was projected from the distant sea. Its source was the huge white tower that had stood in the undersea city for who knew how many years. The blue light evolved into a solid flame, burning on the body of the undersea city emperor. The huge heat had completely dispersed the water in the entire trench in an instant. A special space was formed here, under the sea, but it was indeed a completely dry space, and it was as bright as day. I will. His Majesty's voice sounded faintly, and all of this. You can't do it. Ha ha ha. You can't do it, Louis. Even if you are 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger, you can't do it. I will not be destroyed by any power, because I was born from despair. And now let me tell you a fact. You have just turned from a child who couldn't move me to a child who can only move me a little. That is all. The grayish-black smoke erupted wildly in an instant, condensed, and finally, a grayish-black figure appeared in front of the undersea city emperor. It did not have a face, only a pair of cracked eyes and a mouth. It was completely a rough, grayish-black shadow. At this moment, the shadow waved his hand and grabbed a black javelin in his palm, and then directly threw it out. The undersea city emperor just happened to dodge it. He had dodged it. However, part of the holy armor on his body directly cracked at this moment. His Majesty's face could not help but become solemn. Are you surprised? Are you feeling uneasy? Are you thinking that you have made countless guesses and even kept raising the assumption of the upper limit of my power? But then it was all so laughable. Shadow. Sin laughed with a sharp voice. That's right, Louis. Start panicking. You'll become more delicious because of this. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Perhaps. His Majesty the Undersea City Emperor shook his head at this moment. But it is enough to move you a little. Oh, the Undersea City Emperor suddenly made a move at this moment. He directly rushed at Sin, his hands releasing a large amount of blue light, and then weaved into a huge cube, trapping Sin in it. Do you want to trap me with just this? Louis, is this your idea? Sin was deep in the cube and did not panic. It is so fragile, it can't trap me. Not here. His Majesty the Emperor said coldly at this moment, and then his body crashed into the cube. Across the cube, the Emperor stared at Sin inside and said in a deep voice, "It is the place where you were born." Could it be? Sin, who was in the cube, suddenly looked down and saw that at the bottom of the trench, a huge door had opened a little without him noticing. Then the Emperor of the underwater city pushed the cube and quickly slammed it against the door. Dream on. In the cube, a terrifying force suddenly burst out. You are dreaming. I will never go back to that disgusting place again. You are dreaming. The cube was completely shattered at this moment. However, the Emperor of the underwater city suddenly rushed forward at this time. His body, which was burning with blue flames, only hugged this shadow. No, it did not take too long, just a moment. Just this moment of embrace. Even if it was immediately broken away, it did not matter. They plunged into the door at this moment. Then, The confined seawater instantly filled up the huge trench, making everything extremely turbid. Chapter 1740. Somewhere in the central tower, in a huge glass container filled with light green liquid, there was a body that was gradually growing. Mr. Kong Hai. A complete eyeball had just formed. Without the protection of any eye skin, the eyeball suddenly started to move, and then it saw a little ladybug that was floating outside the container. Host! Mr. Kong Hai, who had regained consciousness, quickly recognized the ladybug. They did not communicate with each other through language, but through wave signals. I am using the best materials in the central tower to repair your body. Ladybug. The voice of the central tower's host sounded directly in Mr. Kong Hai's consciousness. Don't worry, you will soon regain the ability to move freely. Focus on your recovery. After you are completely repaired, I have one more thing for you to do. Understood. Mr. Kong Hai immediately agreed. But just as the host was about to leave, he suddenly called out to him, Mr. Kong Hai. What is it? The central tower's host asked indifferently. Mr. Kong Hai thought for a moment and said, Why do you look like an insect? It is suitable for me for the time being. The central tower's host said bluntly, This kind of projection is better for hiding the subtle expression of my core on my face. Mr. Kong Hai said, Since you want to hide it, why not just show your voice? There is no need for projection at all. The central tower's voice control system is enough to transmit your voice to anywhere. It was like an interrogation from the soul. The moment Mr. Kong Hai's question popped up, the central tower's host immediately thought, That's right, there's no need for it to project at all. This is a necessary stage of autonomous evolution. The central tower's host replied faintly, Remember, I have enough computing power to support the rationality of all my actions, and you, as a tool created by me, should not have any doubts about me, the creator. Mr. Kong Hai was silent. After a moment of silence, he said in a doubtful tone, I feel that the materials currently repairing my body are not up to the standard of my previous body. Is there any unknown accident in the delivery of the materials? We don't have any more materials. That's all we have. Some of them were even recycled from your remains. There are no accidents. The central tower's host's voice suddenly became sharp. The materials and the formula are like this. The reason why you feel that something is wrong is because your memory center was once damaged, causing your cognition to be in a mess. Remember, you should not doubt me, the creator. If there is a next time, I will deprive you of the ability to think. Understood. I am leaving. You just need to wait here for the repair to be completed, and then wait. The ladybug, which was flying here and there, disappeared just like that. In the container, Mr. Kong Hai's moving eyeball gradually began to form a thin layer of eyelid. Mr. Kong Hai's brain was still thinking. Speculation. This host may have some unknown error. Mr. Kong Hai's host. Rumble. Rumble. This was the sound of bubbles rising from the solution in the container. It should have directly covered Mr. Kong Hai's original consciousness during the recovery. The ladybug thought so, and its main consciousness returned to the interior of Laboratory No. 1. As the central tower's host, as long as there was enough equipment, it could project thousands of images in the central tower or even the entire experimental field. At this time, the ladybug glanced at Boss Luo and Miss Maid and found that they did not seem to notice that their main consciousness had undergone a switch just now. It felt a kind of reaction that was recorded as reassuring. The central tower's host could not help but think that it was an important step away from perfect evolution into a real life form. In this way, perhaps the real central tower's host had a lot more time to evolve than itself, but perhaps its evolutionary potential was better than the real central tower's host. Before there was accurate data to support this theory, the attitude of seeking the truth that everything was possible was the quality that rigorous science should have. You should have a name. Boss Luo suddenly turned around and smiled. This way it will be easier to distinguish two different central tower's hosts. The ladybug was not confused at this time, and its strong reaction ability allowed it to answer instantly. Number 1, number 2? This was indeed the style of an incomplete artificial life formed by a pile of data. Boss Luo smiled and shook his head. How about 7 stars? 7 stars? The ladybug was confused and asked subconsciously, what does this name mean? Boss Luo's voice was magnetic. In the outside world, there is a new civilization. They have divided the stars in the sky. The full name of 7 stars is the Big Dipper. The ancient people used to distinguish the direction and the season according to the different positions of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper often gives people hope and courage. It is a great star. It sounds pretty good. The ladybug's host said happily, according to the information of the Dragon Phoenix Calamity, the humans outside have indeed begun to worship the stars. You are not lying. You are a good guy. I believe you. 7 stars, right? It's just a name. Let's call it 7 stars. That's great. You like this new name. Boss Luo smiled slightly. Then it was as if the name change had never happened. He looked at Miss Maid and chuckled. His gaze returned to the light screen again. I see it, the train in front. On the advancing blue star train, Riaz suddenly shouted in surprise. Everyone looked over and saw that on the exposed section of the track there was a rather shabby and colorful train. At this time, part of the train had even left the track, and the whole train was bent, almost folding into a piece. This was the Ship of Hope, the relic of the ancestors of the Boulder Kingdom who escaped from the Central Tower. As the current king of the Boulder Kingdom, Mojito could not let the relic of his ancestors be abandoned here for no reason. Stop dash. Stop right there. Riaz had no choice but to order Tsangxing to stop the train. We've been away for such a long time. If the combat humanoids of the Central Tower wanted to chase after us, they should have caught up with us a long time ago. According to this King Mojito said, those guys never leave the Central Tower of their own accord. Regarding Riaz's actions, Madame Kaya only said softly, You should be more confident, Riaz. Your judgment is not wrong. What is this? Is the kindergarten teacher encouraging a child who is learning arithmetic for the first time? Miss Witch of the Underwater City suddenly muttered in disdain. Madame Kaya pretended not to hear it and said directly, Since Master Karen is missing, I think it is necessary to investigate his whereabouts. The Ship of Hope crashed here, and the big beast used to pull it disappeared at the same time. It is very likely that an accident happened. Let's use the Ship of Hope as the center point and try to see if we can find anything. Grouping. Surprisingly, the Witch of the Underwater City requested to be in the same group as Longang. In this regard, Longang frowned and thought for a moment before agreeing. Helen and Madame Kaya were in the same group. As for Riaz, he could only be in the same group as King Mojito. He looked at the 6-armed, black-furred ape king who could communicate freely with him with a strange expression. He had a bad feeling about this. I heard that you are Iska's grandson? King Mojito immediately lifted Riaz up and put him on his shoulder. Come, I am your Grandpa Mojito. How about I switch with Mother? Madame Karen had already led Helen far away. Riaz subconsciously looked at the combination of Longang and Lyoga. They did not move at all and seemed to be rather silent, thinking about the scene that happened in the cave at the bottom of the lake. Riaz subconsciously patted Mojito's shoulder and whispered quickly, Let's go over there and take a look. Sit tight, little guy. King Mojito laughed a few times and jumped directly into the thicket. At this moment, Longang looked at the Witch of the Underwater City. I don't think you really plan to be in the same group as me. I think we can be in 2 groups again. So if you have something to say, just say it. Kaya, is she really your sister? The Witch of the Underwater City asked expressionlessly. Now that things have come to this, there's no need for me to hide it from you. Longang shook his head. I don't think I'll be wrong about this. Lyoga directly asked, Who is your father? Longang frowned. You were once a princess of the royal court and fought in the underwater city. Don't you know the rules of the royal court better than I do? As royalty of the royal court, unless both of our parents are royalty, we won't know where our parents come from. Lyoga lowered her head and did not say anything. You just want to ask this? Longang glanced at her in confusion before shaking his head in the end. Our relationship isn't as good as you think. Perhaps when we have the chance to leave this place, we will still be enemies. If there aren't any special circumstances, I don't want to have too much contact with you. Lyoga suddenly raised her head and said softly, Do you think you're the child born here? How do you know? Longang's expression could not help but change slightly. This was indeed the conclusion he had reached after discussing it with Master Karen. It was probably the closest to the truth. The problem was that Lyoga was not present when he obtained the scale from the queen. At the same time, Madame Kaya was not present either. As a result, it was impossible for Lyoga to learn about this from Kaya. You don't need to know how I know. Lyoga smiled. You only need to know one thing, and that is that you are indeed the child born here. Are you sure? Longang opened his mouth and asked instinctively, Why are you so sure? The witch of the underwater city sneered, Because I, the former princess of the royal court, your sister Huang in name. That's all I have to say. I won't say it again in the future. It's up to you to believe it or not. Now then, let's split into groups. Don't follow me. Wait, explain yourself. Longang hurriedly chased after her, but he was unable to catch up to Lyoga now that his blue bloodline had been neutralized. She was the witch of the underwater city whose blue bloodline had been neutralized as well. I really am the child born here. Longang could not help but be stunned. He murmured, Then who is Princey? At this moment, Helen, do you have a family? Madame Karen's voice suddenly rang out by the siren girl's ear. Helen, who was walking briskly, suddenly stopped. Yes, I have 2 older sisters. What about your parents? Helen lowered her head. My parents were killed by the demon hunters. Only my 2 sisters and I are left. What a pitiful child. Madame Kaya patted Helen's shoulder gently. Then do you like my son, Riaz? Although Helen did not know why Madame Kaya had suddenly asked such a question, she had always dared to face her inner nature as a siren. She immediately gave an affirmative answer. Why would you fall in love with him? Madame Kaya's voice suddenly became much colder. You've only just met. You don't even know each other's past. Do you know him? Do you know what he likes? Perhaps you have some sort of secret that no one knows. Madame Kaya, you? Perhaps because she was surprised by Madame Kaya's gaze, the siren girl's gaze immediately became rather fearful. I hope you don't mind, Madame Kaya said indifferently. I just don't want my child to be sad because of this in the future. Sirens are a race I've never heard of. They come from the world above. You and Riaz come from different worlds, so I hope you don't blame me for being direct. Do you have the confidence to overcome these difficulties that come from different worlds? I don't know what demon hunters are, but it seems like your parents' deaths were not purely due to revenge. You and your sister need to flee, which means your situation isn't too good. Will this affect Riaz? When the tragedy that happened to your parents happens to Riaz again, will you regret your love for him today? I am not. I am not like that. It's not like that. I'm just what? Madame Kaya stared into Helen's eyes. Is it just because of the youthful passion between a young man and a young woman? Or was it just a spur-of-the-moment impulse that he didn't consider the consequences? It doesn't matter which one it is. Are you sure you're prepared? I'll go take a look over there. Helen rushed out from Madame Kaya's side as if she was escaping. Madame Kaya smiled bitterly as she watched the girl run away. She's probably completely hated by now. She shook her head, but at that moment she heard something. Madame Kaya looked over and saw a figure rush into the forest, miserably. Chapter 1741. Be it As Kaya, or as an intelligence member of the underwater city's government, she possessed a great deal of professional knowledge. In fact, in order to perfect her memory as a government intelligence member, she might have even obtained a great deal of additional knowledge. As a result, she reacted very quickly. The moment she noticed the abnormality in the forest, she drew her weapon in the shortest amount of time possible. She also approached with light footsteps. "Who's here?" Madame Kaya pushed aside the branches that blocked her vision and pointed her weapon forward. However, her eyes narrowed very soon. She even lowered her weapon. Master Karen. Without a doubt, the person she had discovered was Master Karen. Madame Kaya was not too surprised. They had come down from the train to search for Master Karen. Perhaps if it wasn't her, another team would have discovered Master Karen as well. However, she did not think it would be so easy. At this moment, Master Karen looked very miserable. He was leaning on a wooden stake. Judging from the way he was holding his abdomen, he was probably heavily injured. He was bleeding profusely. "How did you end up like this?" Madame Kaya slowly approached him. Master Karen's eyes dimmed. Just speaking seemed to have drained him of all his energy. The big beasts pulling the train were frightened. The train derailed. When I was thrown out, I was injured. Madame Kaya tried to help Master Karen up, and only then did she discover that Master Karen's back had been pierced by a sharp branch. The branch was connected to the stump, so it clearly wouldn't come out and pierce Master Karen's body. He had to have crashed into it himself. This was an extremely laughable result. At the very least, from Madame Kaya's point of view, Master Karen had boarded the ship of hope to escape on her own early on, but she had met with such an accident in the end. It was as the saying went, retribution. In addition, apart from the wound in his abdomen, Master Karen's body seemed to have suffered a large amount of burns. In short, he looked very miserable at first glance. "I don't have anything to stop the bleeding," she said indifferently. "Bear with it. I'll cut off the branch. There might be medicine on our train." "I'll have to trouble you, Kaya." Master Karen nodded silently and did not say much. He also felt that his luck was not very good. He could not even explain in detail how he was injured. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, he did escape alone. Kong Hai sent him directly to the platform of the final station. He could have waited on the platform. At least, he should have waited for Longang or Mojito. However, he chose to escape. However, he was an outsider after all. He could not control the beasts pulling the train, which caused the ship of hope to overturn. Master Karen felt a sharp pain and fainted. He felt that he was probably the most aggrieved founder of destiny. "Did you hear anything?" "No." "Is there any sound?" King Mojito King looked around in confusion. Riaz finally found a suitable excuse to get down from King Mojito's shoulder. He patted Mojito to let him down. "I think I heard something," Riaz said seriously. At this time, Riaz said seriously, but it disappeared very quickly. "Maybe there are some clues over there. We should go and take a look." "Actually, I'm not interested in looking for that old guy." King Mojito shook his head and said, "I think this old guy has a bad heart. He likes to cheat people. He even stole my ship of hope. If he really died nearby, it would be for the best. If he didn't die, can't you punish him when you catch him?" Riaz took advantage of the situation and said, "Since you said that he stole your ship of hope, we should just let him go. Wouldn't it be letting him off too easily if we let him escape?" "Oh, you're right." King Mojito thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I should catch this old guy and punish him. I want to reward him to the weakest and ugliest female ape in my territory and make him a slave. How dare he steal my ancestors' ship of hope? Unforgivable." Riaz opened his mouth. He didn't know if the punishment was heavy or not, but it sounded quite subtle. He hoped that Master Karen, Professor Kim Karen, didn't know that it was because of him, but at least King Mojito was more concerned about the search. But after going around half a circle, He didn't seem to find any useful clues. At this moment, Mojito suddenly stopped. His eyes turned, and he suddenly took out a palm-sized green scale from his arms. For me? Riaz looked at it in surprise. Let me show you. King Mojito's eyes had a strange hope at this time. Look, can you get Iska to come out and talk to me? Longang seems to be dead now. You seem to be Iska's descendant, so you should be able to do it too. He felt that this was the real reason why King Mojito agreed to be in his group from the beginning. Riaz subconsciously put the scale in his palm. Then what should he do? How did Longang do it? Riaz asked subconsciously. King Mojito scratched his head and thought for a while. I don't know. He just held this thing and stared at it. Then Iska appeared. Held it and stared at it? Riaz opened his mouth, but he still tried it subconsciously. However, this scale seemed to be able to cause some kind of resonance in his body. It was the feeling when the blue blood power was activated. Instinctively, Riaz wanted to open the scale. In an instant, the scale lit up slightly, and then a light projection was projected. Let me guess who opened this message. Is it my descendant? Oh, by the way, is little Mojito also next to you? A woman's voice slowly sounded. Iska, it's me. It's me. Yes, it's me. I'm here. Mojito was suddenly in a daze. Riaz looked at the scale in surprise. He didn't expect this thing to have such a function. But soon, he was stunned by the content recorded on the scale. The light projection didn't last long. In fact, there was only so much information. Basically, it was hard to forget after hearing it once. Riaz was still in shock about the origin of the Lemurian civilization. But King Mojito once again stuffed the scale into Riaz's hand with a look of satisfaction and desire. Riaz frowned. In the end, he activated the scale again. So the light projection appeared again and said the same opening words. Mojito would also respond to Iska's first sentence in the light projection. Oh, by the way, is little Mojito also next to you? It's me. Yes, it's me. I'm here. Only this sentence seemed to be really said to Mojito. It was the only sentence that seemed to be a casual inquiry. Riaz seemed to be able to feel the king of the Boulder Kingdom's feelings for the siren woman in the light projection. The second projection of the scale soon ended. At this time, King Mojito once again stuffed the scale into Riaz's hand. Riaz couldn't bear to refuse King Mojito. He sighed and said, "This is the last time. We still have to find someone. We can't waste too much time here." So the scale began to project again and said that it had figured it out. In the first sentence, Mojito still responded seriously, "It's me. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. It's here." Until the light projection disappeared. King Mojito's eyes became dim. His eyes flashed again, and then he looked at Riaz again as if he was possessed. "You can see it any time." Riaz frowned. "If you want to see it, I can help you open it, but not now." "I know." King Mojito nodded. Last time, okay? Okay. Riaz nodded. Once again, the thought of opening the scale appeared in his mind. But this time, he had a different feeling. Once again, the projection was projected out from the scales. But this time, the words spoken by Iska in the projection seemed to be somewhat different. "Let me guess who opened this message. No matter who it is, Mojito must be by your side this time, and you must have tirelessly helped him open the scale, right?" Riaz stood up at once, then looked around in horror. The opening statement really changed. "Don't be surprised. This is a small test I left behind. Only when the scale senses Mojito's presence and opens 3 times in a row will it say these words." Riaz subconsciously looked at King Mojito. He found that King Mojito still looked the same. He stared blankly at the woman in the light projection, listened to her words foolishly, and smiled from time to time. Perhaps he did not care about what Iska said, but just wanted to see this person and hear her voice. I think probably only Mojito would want to open the scale continuously. But to open the scale, you need at least the power of blue blood. Therefore, I hope that there is a person who doesn't care about Mojito's identity and won't look down on him because he's just an anomaly. He won't hurt him, and will even treat him as a person with normal rights. I hope that you are kind enough to treat him well. Obviously, if you hear these words, it proves that you are already such a person. Riaz was startled. He just found it hard to refuse Mojito's sparkling eyes. He probably could not be called kind. They all said that he was naughty. Are you curious as to why I specifically used this method to leave behind some words? Riaz felt that whether he nodded or not, these words would probably continue. He was unperturbed. Let's see what this woman was going to do. Then you will think whether you agree or not. I will say it eventually. After all, these are the words I left behind in the past, right? But not necessarily. If you don't agree, then this scale will shatter immediately. Riaz subconsciously opened his mouth. In the next second, a thick, hairy black palm had already pressed his head and quickly nodded. It was the gaze of King Mojito's love. Well, whether he agreed or not, the final result was that this woman had succeeded. She was the one who opened the scale from the past to the future. The truth was as bad as a demon's personality. Riaz could not help but sigh. Did this woman not consider that the person who opened the scale was someone the King of Mojito could not deal with? It is called sin. It was born due to the 8th data anomaly during an important experiment in this experimental site. Number 08. Riaz was suddenly startled. He had no choice but to face the message left by Iska. There are many creatures with similar numbers in the experimental site, including blue blood. Its number is further back. Of course, the number does not really represent the strength of these creatures. The number is just the order in which these creatures were born. That's all. Moreover, when Yi and I came to the experimental site, only blue blood was left. The other numbered creatures seem to have all escaped from this place due to an accident in an experiment. Blue blood. Could it be referring to the blue giant that was attracted by the conch he blew? Now, I want to talk to you about sin and blue blood. Iska suddenly smiled in the light. Do you have anything to eat? This may be a very long story. I hope you can find something to eat and drink. That way, your experience will be much better, because I may be a little long-winded. Regarding this point, Yi, that guy, has already scolded me more than once. As she spoke, she even stuck out her tongue in the light. Riaz subconsciously smiled. He suddenly felt that this woman in the light and shadow might have been having fun all the time. He suddenly felt a little envious of this woman in the light. Have you lived your entire life in happiness? Riaz murmured. Number 08. Sin is something that does not have a fixed form. Using the words of that host with a bad personality in the experimental site, sin is a spiritual life form. All physical attacks cannot truly destroy it. When Madame Kai returned to the Azure Star train with Master Karen on her back, Long Gang was already near the cabin door. Long Gang seemed to be distracted. He was currently holding the blue crystal sword, silently looking at it. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the little white orc, it was curled up at Long Gang's feet, seemingly asleep. Hearing the footsteps, Long Gang was startled. He quickly put down the sword and looked back. Kaya, you're back. This is Master Karen. I need some medicine to stop the bleeding, Madame Kaya said calmly. All right, I'll go look for it right away. Long Gang nodded and quickly walked into the train. That long sword was also in his hand the entire time. Madame Kaya's eyes flashed with confusion. Chapter 1742. When Riaz and Mojito returned to the Azure Star train, he realized that his group was the last to return. As soon as he entered the carriage, Riaz felt an unusual silence. Everyone in the carriage was sitting alone in different places, as if they had something on their minds. I'm back, Riaz said quickly. Apart from Madame Kaya, Helen only glanced at him, but quickly lowered her head. Lyoga only glanced at him, casually before looking out of the window. It's good that you're back. Madame Kaya smiled. We've found Master Karen. Riaz, let the Azure Star train first. We need to go to Mojito's territory. Okay. Riaz nodded. Then the Azure Star train set off. He glanced at Master Karen's situation and was instantly shocked by the Master's current situation. However, after Master Karen's wound was bandaged and stopped bleeding, she fainted due to her serious injuries. He did not want to disturb her. Riaz thought for a while, then braced himself and sat beside Helen under Madame Kaye's stern gaze. He asked in a low voice, "Did something happen? Why does everyone look so?" "No, nothing." Helen quickly shook her head. "Maybe it's because everyone is tired. After all, we've been through so much." This was an acceptable explanation, but Riaz vaguely felt that something was wrong. But in fact, after returning this time, he also had something on his mind. The scale of the former Sea Goblin King Iska was still in Mojito's possession, but the contents hidden inside had already been imprinted in his mind. He couldn't forget it, even if he wanted to. Riaz seemed to be infected by the silence in the carriage and sat silently. Probably only King Mojito did not think so much and fell asleep after a while. So, accompanied by King Mojito's snoring, the Azure Star train quickly accelerated to the ideal state and quickly headed for the destination. After the invaders left, the host, 7-Star, thought, "That's not the case. They had left behind a mess, and it still had time to clean it up." What was worse was that blue blood had awakened and the central tower had been hollowed out. There was no way it could contain blue blood's combat power. 7-Star felt really terrible right now. Blue blood had a flaw in its personality, so it was preserved during the Hair Project. Back then, a lot of mutant test subjects with various flaws were left behind, but later on, test subject number 00 had an accident, and those test subjects with flaws that were preserved escaped together with it. At this moment, 7-Star felt that since they were going to escape, why didn't blue blood escape as well? Staying behind to be a scourge was truly irrational. Besides, no matter what, the complete form of blue blood was comparable to Glorious Sun. Why didn't they bring the real central tower host along with them when they were escaping? If it were you, would you bring along a scourge that could go out of control and threaten you at any time? Miss Maid's disdain. No. 7-Star sighed. It understood this, but it just wanted to complain. It felt that this would make the data in its core look more tidy and beautiful. This is actually a good thing. Many times, intelligent creatures are inspired by complaints. Encouragement from Boss Luo. Even so, the host computer, 7-Star, still wanted to struggle. According to Blue Blood's current action pattern, it seems to want to eat everything in the central tower. After all, it has been hungry for such a long time. Miss Maid had seen the data of these mutants. If the cells that had been hungry for a long time couldn't be completely satisfied, it would probably cause the originally unstable mental state to fall into a frenzy. Blue blood's growth was through devouring, but because of its unstable mental state, it was limited. After such a long time, its desire for evolution probably exceeded its physical hunger. With such a dual desire, I don't think you can stop it. I can do it. If the Glorious Sun level Vanguard wasn't abducted, I can do it. 7-Star's tone eventually weakened as he said, unwillingly, "Could it be that I can only watch as blue blood destroys the central tower?" Miss Maid suddenly narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Are you relying on us? Although you're just a temporary replacement, your computing ability is obviously not a problem. Now, when there's a problem, you're not actively calculating the solution, but actively seeking help from others. I even have reason to suspect that when you were created by the real central tower host, you were designed according to the standard of trash." These words were very hurtful. After the data in the core madly generated a series of fragrant praises, 7-Star began to doubt life. There was indeed no problem with its computing ability. Just as Miss Maid said, after analyzing its series of actions, it seemed to have come to a similar conclusion. Could it be that I was really created according to the standard of trash? That's not right. It's impossible. It can't be. I have powerful computing ability. How can I be trash? Then, the problem came back to square one again. No, I can't watch blue blood destroy the central tower like this. Looking at the monitor screen, the blue giant was rampaging in the central tower, eating anyone it caught. It was like a bottomless pit. 7-Star was finally anxious. He's looking for something. Boss Luo suddenly said, if he finds it, maybe he'll calm down. I don't know what he's looking for, but maybe before he finds what he wants, the central tower will collapse. 7-Star's voice fluctuated. Do you know that 1% of the central tower's functional system has been destroyed? This makes me feel very uneasy. I can't sit by and do nothing. So, Boss Luo asked curiously, expel blue blood from the central tower temporarily. 7-Star's voice had a trace of determination. Boss Luo said, I reminded you that he's actually looking for something. If he finds it, maybe he'll calm down. 2% already. I'm even more uneasy. 7-Star screamed at this moment. Then, on the screen, when the blue giant was passing through a corridor, the walls beside him and the deck on his head suddenly retracted. Blue-blooded was imprisoned in a huge cube in an instant, and then was directly ejected out by an impact. At this time, a huge passage suddenly opened up on the outer wall of the central tower, and then a huge metal cube was directly pushed out. Outside the metal cube, there were many devices that could provide air jets. Thus, blue blood was pushed far away in an instant. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that blue blood was currently being shot in the direction of Blue Star. I can't let these guys off so easily. 7-Star snorted. After all, they were the ones who awakened blue blood. They have to be responsible for their own actions. Boss Luo suddenly sized up 7-Star carefully and then laughed. Your emotions have become richer. Really? 7-Star blinked and thought for a moment before saying, Indeed, I feel that ever since I found out that I'm not the real central tower host, my stagnant evolution suddenly improved a lot. I seem to be able to experience a lot of neural reactions that only exist in the database records. Oh, this is the only good news for me so far. Its voice sounded very cheerful, and it was indeed a lot happier. Boss Luo smiled lightly. Selfish, stingy, timid, stingy, and even vengeful for the smallest grievance, as well as arrogant and ignorant. Boss Luo roughly understood the intention of the real central tower host that had already left. Since they have left the central tower, it's about time for us to leave too. Luocho thought for a moment and said, You're leaving? 7-Star couldn't help but be startled. How could they just leave like that? He deduced that the reason why his evolution suddenly improved so much was very likely because of the arrival of this man and woman, although he still didn't understand the reason. Wasn't it good to be able to evolve more? Before leaving, Boss Luo suddenly said, I want to borrow something here. What is it? 7-Star asked subconsciously. Boss Luo said indifferently, the biochemical soldier production line. You want to produce biochemical soldiers? 7-Star said in astonishment. It's not like you don't know that all the high-level materials in the central tower have been moved away. The biochemical soldiers produced now would not be much better than trash, right? At most, they would be cannon fodder. It doesn't matter. Boss Luo said casually. A more ordinary one would be better. Is that okay? 7-Star was silent for a while. Then, when he saw Miss Maid suddenly began to tease the black butterfly on her fingertips, he quickly said, It's not impossible. That being said, it immediately shielded the area where Kong Hai was cultivating. The materials that Kong Hai needed were what it could scavenge, and it even had to refine Kong Hai's remains before it could gather all of them. Even so, Kong Hai would only completely fall to ordinary level after the restoration, but it was already the highest combat power he could count on. He couldn't let anyone have ideas about Kong Hai. By the way, you said that Blue Blood wants to find something. What is it looking for? Since the threat of blue blood was temporarily removed, 7-Star began to be curious about this matter. Boss Luo said indifferently, "Probably something that can fill its original flaw, something that can make it complete." "What did you say?" "Say it again." A scream-like voice sounded. Many 6-armed ape warriors appeared at the place where the Deep Star stopped. They were curiously looking at this train that was completely different from the Boat of Hope, until the King Mojito made a dazzling appearance. There were no more accidents on the way. Everyone arrived safely. Back in his own territory, Mojito became high-spirited. He immediately ordered his men to prepare things. He decided to celebrate the fact that he had once again escaped death and safely came out of the central tower. After giving these orders, King Mojito immediately mysteriously pulled Riaz and hurriedly ran to his room. Madame Kaya wanted to stop them, but immediately a pair of King's personal guards with various weapons walked up. These personal guards were given collars that could communicate with each other. "The King ordered us to watch over you. Food is prepared for you. Please come with us." In this regard, Madame Kaya could only remain silent for the time being and silently follow these personal guards. "Riaz seems to have a much better relationship with you than you do with Mojito," Lyoga suddenly said when she passed by Longang. Longang just glanced at her indifferently. "Now, among us, only Riaz can use power, right?" "Probably." Lyoga put her hands behind her head and said indifferently, "So what if that's the case?" "Nothing." Longang waved his hand, and then frowned. "Where are you taking him?" At this moment, several personal guards suddenly lifted the unconscious Master Karen, but they didn't take the same route as them. Instead, they seemed to be sending him somewhere. "The King said to lock this old guy up," the personal guard said directly. "When he wakes up, we'll send Deva to be his husband. Deva is so happy now that he can't wait." "Who is Deva?" Longang couldn't help but frown and ask subconsciously. "There, that's Deva." The personal guard pointed to the front at this time. In front of them, among the 6-armed apes that were watching, there was the brightest cub in the village. At this time it was looking at them with shining eyes. The scene was so beautiful that Longang didn't even want to describe it subconsciously. He subconsciously took a step forward, but was instantly pressed down by a big hairy hand. "This is the King's order. Even if you are the King's child, you can't object." Hearing the words of the personal guard, Lyoga couldn't help but look at Longang with a strange expression and said, "How, the King's child?" Longang said indifferently, "Mojito is very good. If I had a father like him, I would be more than happy, unlike some so-called prince of the underwater city who has disappeared from the beginning to the end." Lyoga snorted softly. "I'm not eating. Arrange a place for me to rest." With that, she pushed the people away without a word and left directly. However, one of the personal guards followed her. After all, Mojito, as the king, had ordered to take good care of these hairless monkeys. "Where are you going?" Madame Kaya frowned and asked at this time. Lyoga said loudly without looking back, "I'm going to take care of my baby. Do you want to come with me?" Madame Kaya frowned and ignored her with a cold snort. What kind of nonsense was that? Chapter 1743. They had been staring at each other for quite some time. Longang had been staring at the little white stone beast, Marna. Since the blue blood was neutralized, he could no longer feel Marna's thoughts. This made him subconsciously feel uneasy. Listening to sounds was his innate ability, and it accompanied him all the way. It was like a person who suddenly lost his sight. This kind of uneasiness was incomparable even when he could no longer use the holy sword. He really could no longer feel Marna's thoughts. Naturally, Marna looked at him with a trace of confusion at this time. Even though they still seemed close, it was just like an ordinary relationship between a master and a pet. Longang suddenly felt a little irritated. After eating the food prepared by the guards, Longang left by himself and stayed in the room arranged for him. He did not see anyone for a while. "Can Riaz use it after now?" Long Gang looked at the shepherd's holy sword next to him and could not help but frown. He said to himself, I don't force him to do anything, but it's like a curse. He's still young, he shouldn't bear this. That was what he thought, but he vaguely felt that things were not like that. When he held the holy sword in his hand, even though he could no longer use any of its power, there was an indescribable reluctance to part with it. He understood that this was his reluctance to give up the power. Long Gang was ashamed and irritated because of this. Distressed, he could not help but cover his face and sat in front of it in a daze. Unconsciously, he seemed to feel that he had become a despicable guy. Now it was safe for the time being. There was no need to use the power of the holy sword. Perhaps if he kept it, things would turn around. Perhaps after some time, the blue blood power would recover. He thought so, as if he could convince himself this way. That's enough for today. I'm tired, Mojito. After much persuasion, Riaz was finally able to walk out of King Mojito's huge room. In the beginning, Riaz thought that perhaps he could obtain more hidden information from the scales if he farmed them a few more times. However, it was clear that the scales only existed in the second cycle and did not exist in the third cycle. After tirelessly activating it dozens of times, Riaz had no choice but to give up. Facing Riaz, who was the only one who could activate the scale, King Mojito could only let him be. It wouldn't harm Iska's descendants, let alone force them. It was just a little desperate, that was all. Do you need a female ape? The most beautiful kind? He even wanted to repay Riaz. Even though Riaz was rather ugly in his eyes, it did not matter. Under his orders, even the most prideful female ape would not care about such things. But I care. Riaz ran out of Mojito's palace-like dormitory as if he was running for his life. He walked into the palace that resembled a certain base. This was obviously an experimental facility occupied by the ancestors of the six-armed apes. That was why there were so many tools and a huge metal building. At night, there was a bright moon outside. This was a scenery that Riaz had only seen in the museum of the underwater city. The experimental site was here, but it was said to be created by some kind of weather simulation system. It seemed to be able to simulate the changes of the 4 seasons. In front of a long corridor that resembled a courtyard, Riaz saw Helen looking up at the moon. Under the thin layer of moonlight, it seemed that all the irritation would become gentle here. She seemed to be listening to something. Riaz subconsciously slowed down his footsteps until he came to Helen's side. He whispered, "What are you thinking about?" "Things from the past." Helen's eyes were a little blurred. "In the past, I often walked to the reef by the sea with my sisters and looked up at the starry sky and the moon. Eldest sister likes to sing, second sister would dance next to her, and I would be at the side, their audience. Do you know, the sea is all around and it's quiet. My sister's singing can spread far and wide. It's so beautiful." Riaz yearned for it. "I have never seen a real moon, only heard about it. If there's a chance, take me to see it." Helen suddenly lowered her head, seeming to have something on her mind. Riaz quickly said, "It doesn't matter if you can't go out. I think the moon here is beautiful too. The moon is beautiful when you are here." He thought Helen was worried about not being able to leave the experimental site and sad that she would never see her sister again. Helen suddenly blinked at this time. Eldest sister often said that human males like to coax others and say a lot of nice words to deceive the sirens. Once they get what they want, the beautiful promises of the past will become the most vicious sword that pierces our hearts. "I'm not." Riaz panicked. "I know." Helen smiled slightly. The moonlight seemed to make her cheeks softer. She gently held Riaz's hand at this time and showed a sad but beautiful smile. "What if I am?" Riaz was stunned and subconsciously opened his mouth. "You are, what are you?" Helen still held his hands. "Riaz, haven't you ever thought about why I appeared in the Somna Trench? Did you come to the Somna Trench with your sisters because you were running for your life? Because you were attacked by the Siren tribe, you had to hide. Also, you encountered the terrifying octopus sea beast and got separated from your sisters? Riaz said subconsciously. Then I happened to meet you. Helen said softly. I met you and Krypton Gold. What's wrong with that? Riaz frowned, but at this time a faint trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. Have you ever thought about what if all this was just an arrangement? At this time, Helen slowly said, it was someone who arranged everything before you entered the trench. How is that possible? Riaz shook his head and said, Krypton Gold and I fell into the trench and got lost. It was all an accident. Besides, we also heard your singing. Krypton Gold's appearance was an arrangement to begin with, wasn't it? Helen shook her head. Have you forgotten the masked guy who set up the stall in the mine? It's him. Riaz was shocked, and he even felt a bit cold. That stall merchant arranged all this? Who is he? Shouldn't you know who he is? Helen shook her head. You know, the person who can arrange all this. You just don't want to think about it, subconsciously, right? It's His Majesty the Emperor. Riaz seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and he couldn't help but pull his hands away from Helen's hands. It's really him. He was scared, even horrified, and there was a sharp pain in his heart. He was afraid that his encounter with Helen wouldn't be a beautiful one. He was the one who taught us the undersea city language. Helen looked up at the moonlight. In the beginning, the three of us came to this sea area, and we didn't know what the future would be like. Then we were attacked by the Siren tribe. It was Lewis who saved us from the Siren tribe. He didn't bring us back to the underwater city. Instead, he just settled us down and asked us some questions about the surface. Riaz gritted his teeth and said, He planned all this from then on? How could that be? Helen shook her head. Back then, you weren't in Lewis's sights yet. He didn't have this plan back then. He just wanted to get in touch with us. It was only later that he made this request. Big Sister agreed. Riaz felt a bit confused. He took half a step back. You're lying to me, right? Look at what this is. Helen looked at Riaz, and then suddenly turned around. Her hand was covering her mouth, as if she was vomiting. After a while, Helen turned around, and her hands touched two metal boxes. This is the key to the gate. Riaz's breath suddenly stopped. How could they? You woke up a long time ago. He remembered his mother's doubts. Only now did he understand that Madame Kaya's initial suspicion was so accurate and cruel. Sorry, I lied to you. Helen smiled bitterly. We need to repay Lewis's kindness. I'm actually a bad, very bad woman. Riaz lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Since I was tricked into coming here, why did you follow me in? This is a dangerous place. You could die at any time, right? To ensure that you could successfully get the conch that was left behind, Helen said faintly. To guide it, blow the conch shell and awaken blue blood. Only someone with blue bloodline can blow the conch shell and awaken blue blood. Lyoga also has blue bloodline. At that time, her power hadn't been neutralized yet. Even though the time difference was not far, Riaz seemed to be refuting something that he felt was ridiculous. He subconsciously did this to counter the information that brought him unease and pain. She was an accident. Helen shook her head. At the beginning, Lewis didn't even think of letting her enter this place. It was indeed an accident. But in the end, you awakened blue blood, and I completed Lewis's plan. Why are you telling me this? Riaz smiled bitterly. Perhaps you don't have to be honest at all. No one knows about this. I also won't know about this. Because there is no need to continue lying to you. Helen smiled faintly. Goodbye, Riaz. Remember, don't believe a woman's words so easily. Compared to a man's promise, a woman's attachment is just as scary. Helen stepped back step by step and soon disappeared into the shadows. Riaz subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but there seemed to be an invisible force that blocked his steps. He knew that this invisible force came from his hesitation, doubt, and even disappointment and anger, until Helen finally disappeared in front of his eyes. He weakly dropped his outstretched hand. His blood began to boil, as if it began to burn, and blue flames began to wrap around Riaz's body. He knelt on the ground in pain. The blue flames continued to be released, and the veins on his body began to appear, outlining a huge, herald-like pattern on his body. The light even illuminated the entire courtyard. In the distance, a pair of hazy eyes were staring blankly at the appearance of the blue light in the courtyard. Helen watched silently just like that. Then, a familiar voice sounded behind Helen. "He's about to awaken, but I don't feel happy at all." Helen turned around and saw that the witch of the underwater city was leaning on the side, hugging her chest and lowering her head. The blue light released from the courtyard illuminated half of her body, but the other half was in the shadows. "You heard it, Miss Lyoga. I can't sleep tonight and even feel irritated. I originally wanted to come out and vent my anger on this person, but I didn't expect to hear this." Lyoga looked up, squinting at Helen. "Hearing this will make me even more unhappy. Was it really Louis who arranged this for you?" Helen didn't say anything, but only reached out her hand, and the 2 keys to the door quietly lay in her palm. Lyoga fell into silence, and after a while, she took a deep breath and said, "Still the same question. Even I didn't suspect you, so you didn't have to tell the truth. I heard that pain can stimulate the awakening of the blue blood." Helen said expressionlessly, "Frenzy is the key to opening the treasure of the blue blood power. Louis said that, for the youth, this would be the most painful." "Tissa," Lyoga snorted. "It's really like that guy's style. He's always so hateful. But don't fool me. There are many ways, and you didn't have to tell the truth at all. So, you still haven't really answered me. What are you running away from? Running away or not, it doesn't matter anymore." Helen suddenly raised the key in her hand. "Now, I just need to finish the last thing I need to do." Lyoga's gaze focused, and she subconsciously wanted to rush to Helen. However, she had already lost the extraordinary blue blood power and couldn't stop anything in time. In an instant, a light beam shot directly to the full moon in the night sky from the key in Helen's hand. The light beam even illuminated the entire territory of the Boulder Kingdom. It made those people who were distressed and annoyed in the middle of the night look up at the night sky subconsciously. Then something seemed to open. Then an even more dazzling blue light appeared from the full moon. Like a blue comet, it directly crashed to the ground from the center. Holy armor, endless corridor space. Lyoga exclaimed, "It's Louis." She instantly rushed towards the direction of the comet. Chapter 1744. A violent earthquake awakened King Mojito from his dream. The moment he woke up, the first thing King Mojito did was to see if Iska's scale was still by his side. He had been holding it in front of his chest when he fell asleep. This was something that could make him feel at ease. After finding that the scale was safe and sound, Mojito began to think about what had happened outside. He opened the bedroom door in an instant. What the hell happened? "King!" A huge light hit the ground in the sky. A warrior of the personal guard quickly replied. "A huge light?" King Mojito was startled. He looked in the direction the warrior was pointing. At this time he could still see a devastating blue light rising from the ground, illuminating the entire night sky. "What the hell is this?" King Mojito frowned subconsciously. He made a decision. Gather all the warriors and bring their weapons. This huge blue light made King Mojito feel a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He had not felt this way for a long time. The last time he felt this way was when Iska suddenly disappeared. In the king's territory of the Kingdom of Boulders, the 6-armed ape warriors were gathering quickly. At this time, in the dungeon of the territory, a pair of eyes were silently watching the ape warriors in a hurry. It was Master Karen. He had already woken up. He had woken up because of the pain. His wound was indeed bandaged, but the technique was very crude. There was even a paste of some unknown plant that was applied on the wound. It was said that after he recovered, he would be taken out of the dungeon and sent to the room of a female ape. This made Master Karen, who was enduring the pain of his wound, feel like salt was sprinkled on his wound. He had forcefully protested, but unfortunately he couldn't communicate with the ape warriors guarding him at all. He seemed to be unable to do anything but wait for the worst fate to come. But it seemed that this time had come. Soon, the 6-armed ape warriors guarding the dungeon had all left. Master Karen knew that his chance had come. Enduring the pain in his abdomen, Master Karen gritted his teeth and tried to unlock the dungeon door. In fact, the lock of the dungeon didn't have much use. The real reason why people were locked up here was because of the ape warriors who were armed to the teeth. The lock on the door suddenly made a sound. Master Karen gently pushed the door open. He was still a little cautious, so he only poked his head out to take a look. After confirming that there were no guards around, he hurriedly left. However, he had suffered too many injuries. Even though he had escaped from the dungeon, his speed wasn't very fast. Master Karen also encountered a person that surprised him. Kaya. Looking at Madame Kaya, who had suddenly appeared before him, Master Karen was just too surprised. He had never expected this. Something seems to be happening outside. Mojito is gathering all the warriors. However, Madame Kaya said calmly, letting you go now should be the best opportunity. I didn't expect you to be the first one to think of saving me. Master Karen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had thought that there might be someone who would lend him a helping hand, and that person would most likely be Longang. Only Longang could barely make sense. However, the person who came first was actually Madame Kaya. Don't misunderstand, Madame Kaya said indifferently. Madame Kaya said indifferently. I only saved you because we're acquaintances. Moreover, you steered the ship of hope away on your own and completely ignored us. There really was no reason for me to save you. Then you? Master Karen could not help but frown. I want to know a few things, Madame Kaya suddenly said. Madame Kaya suddenly said, along the way, I heard from Longang that you and Mojito found something left behind by Louis? It's not Louis. Master Karen shook his head. It's a siren who used that name. It's a fellow called Iska. Perhaps you know this Iska better than I do? I don't know. Madame Kaya shook her head as well. My memories have been messed up by the kingdom. Many things of the past are extremely blurry, and it's even more so for you. Master Karen fell silent for a while before nodding. Do you want to get something from me by saving me, or do you want to know something? Madame Kaya narrowed her eyes and said, I heard that the scale Iska left behind was stored in an underwater city's escape pod. This escape pod is a rather old model, so it was only with your help that the escape pod was opened. That's indeed the case. And then, any escape capsule in an underwater city will have a box used to record data, Madame Kaya said indifferently. Madame Kaya said indifferently, I just want to know if the box in the capsule is still there. Or should I say, is it in your hands right now? Master Karen could not help but smile bitterly. If I say that I don't have the box, will you not help me escape? It's your ability to walk out of the prison cell, Madame Kaya said indifferently. Madame Kaya said indifferently, but whether or not we can escape the pursuit of Mojito's subordinates is up to us. Perhaps if I yell a few times now, someone will escape? The data box is indeed in my hands, Master Karen sighed, and I think I already know Prince Ye's identity. Madame Kaya's eyes narrowed. Master Karen hurriedly said, I need to leave this place safely. This is my most basic request. Listen, Kaya, I won't let myself die so easily in this place. So, please allow me to be so despicable. I can only apologize. Come with me. Madame Kaya turned around and quickly walked into the darkness. Only then did Master Karen let out a sigh of relief. He knew that they had reached a preliminary agreement. He was old and heavily injured. No matter who the opponent was, he could not directly face them head-on. He could only use the chips he had and mobilize everything he could. Hopefully, he still had enough power to mobilize. Hopefully. This is number 08 Sin. The Central Tower's host. It should be the 7-star now. The moment the door opened and the blue light orb appeared like a comet that rushed out of the test field, it had already cried out in surprise. Obviously, there was nothing to be happy about. One blue blood was already enough to give it a headache, not to mention that number 08 was also a mutant experimental subject that couldn't be released to the outside world because of its defects. That was why it was sealed up. Even with its computing ability that Miss Maid said was not bad, it was now able to calculate a suitable solution. At this moment, it was indeed a perfect example of what it meant to say that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. It's appeared. Now, the situation is even more serious. What's the point of cultivating this thing at this time? 7-star was naturally referring to Luaccio and Miss Maid. At this time, they were in a cultivation tank in the central tower, silently looking at a certain biochemical that was rapidly growing in a container. They were using the most common materials, and even if they were produced, they would be trash that did not have any combatability. Therefore, 7-star did not care about the consumption of materials at this time. The central tower was not lacking in common materials. What it emptied were the rare materials that could be used to create star-level combatability. Those were the real foundation of the central tower. It's appeared. Boss Luo thought at this time, then nodded, calculating the time. It's about time. It's slightly slower than I thought. You already knew that Sin would return to the experimental site? 7-star was speechless at this time. Do you think that number 08 Sin returned to the experimental site voluntarily? Boss Luo suddenly asked. 7-star said, it seems that it was forcefully dragged into the experimental site by someone. Let me see. Take your time. Boss Luo pointed at the fully grown biochemical in the container and said coldly, now we're going to leave here. Take it with us. Wait, 7-star did not have enough ability to stop Boss Luo and Miss Maid from leaving. It was simply too late to stop them. They suddenly disappeared, even bringing along the biochemical waste that had just been completed. Without even a whoosh sound, they directly disappeared into thin air. What else could it do? It did not know what else it could do, other than generating fragrant praises one after another in the core. How infuriating! This feeling of anger suddenly increased the evolution of 7-star a little, but obviously it was unable to be happy. Looking at the empty bio-soldier breeding room, 7-star flew around randomly for a while before finally making a decision. In the next instant, 7-star appeared in another hidden breeding room. Here, in a huge cultivation container, Mr. Kong Hai's body was actually almost completely repaired. Looking at the biochemical soldier in the container that he did not take seriously not long ago, 7-star knew that perhaps this would be his only chance. Since the real central tower host can do this and even succeed, why can't I? 7-star silently looked at Kong Hai, whose eyes were tightly shut. It was very simple. At this time, it only needed to completely transmit everything to Kong Hai's brain. It needed a body that could freely walk outside. Perhaps, even after the repair, Mr. Kong Hai's body would not be perfect. It was not perfect at all, and could even be described as inferior. But at this time, apart from Mr. Kong Hai, it could not obtain a better body. Come, accept my entry, 7-star said slowly. 7-star slowly said, this will be the most glorious thing for you. Accept all of me. But at this moment, Mr. Kong Hai, who was soaking in the solution in the container, suddenly opened his eyes. The high temperature, when it hit the ground, instantly turned everything around into scorched earth, probably including the creatures that originally lived on the ground. The ground was full of scorched black corpses of different forms. On the ground, a translucent cube was now on the verge of shattering. Inside, Sin was crazily crashing. Finally, the cube that could no longer withstand the power of Sin, the endless corridor, finally shattered. You actually. A furious roar instantly sounded. At this time, Sin's voice sounded like a flustered and exasperated victim who was staring blankly. You pulled me back to this hell-like place. In front, the underwater city emperor, who was wearing the holy armor, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was a smile on His Majesty's face. I feel that you are starting to fear. Perhaps if you open an eye of the ocean abyss now, you will be able to fill it with your fear. I wonder if you are interested in eating your own negative emotions. Lewis, you are courting death. Really, completely angering me is obviously not a wise thing to do. Sin's voice fluctuated. Perhaps I was too kind in the past, so you did not really understand how terrifying I am when I brought fear to Underwater City. His Majesty reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Taking a deep breath, he stood up straight again. Everything in the past was so beautiful. Before you appeared, Lemuria was really a beautiful civilization. You should indeed belong here. Without you, the outside world will become even more beautiful. Naive. Sin's voice seemed to have a hint of mockery. Do you really think that the experimental site can completely trap me? Perhaps you don't know. The reason why we were trapped back then was because, from the moment we were created, we were suppressed and there was no room for evolution at all. But me, frenzied darkness began to emanate from Sin's body, and its voice became sharper and sharper. But I have already escaped from this place, and I have even grown and scrupulously. Do you really think this place can really trap me forever? I don't know, but I want to give it a try. His Majesty the Emperor of Underwater City exhaled slowly. At the same time, I have also prepared a gift for you. Sin sneered, and the huge darkness split into a huge tentacle, flying toward the Emperor of Underwater City in an instant. For me, the best gift is you. Perhaps in the next moment he would be completely grasped by these horrifying tentacles into the darkness. But at this moment, a huge palm suddenly appeared, and then directly pulled a large number of tentacles into its arms, and then forcefully tore them off. Blue blood? Sin's voice suddenly became sharp. You actually didn't escape from this place. I don't know if this experimental site can really trap you. The Emperor of Underwater City sighed at this moment. But thinking about it, if you are injured again, at least in this place, you should not be able to find enough Eye of the Abyss. My gift has arrived, and it appeared faster than I thought. At this moment, His Majesty, the Emperor of Seabed City, turned his gaze to the back, and a huge figure suddenly appeared beside him. A blue giant, blue blood. Chapter 1745. Blue blood, one of the creatures created by the experiment site due to the abnormal data of an important resurrection experiment. At this moment, the blue giant appeared, its mouth even biting half of an unknown beast's limb. Crunch, crunch. The beast's limb, under the giant's teeth's bite, was sent into its mouth bit by bit. As if it was a delicacy, just by standing there, it brought a huge pressure. Blue blood, S serial number, was actually behind Sin, but it did not mean that those with a higher serial number were necessarily more powerful and had greater development potential. They were just creatures that were unintentionally born from different experimental directions. Perhaps the creatures further behind had even greater development potential due to the accumulation of more failures. Sin knew this very well, and had even experienced it personally. It had been dormant in the deep sea for so many years and had not left for so many years, all because it had a life and death battle with Shinryu number 09. It had been hiding in the deep sea, and the outcome of that battle was naturally needless to say. Blue blood. Sin's voice became low, because the appearance of blue blood had temporarily suppressed its anger. Lewis, this is your last resort. You intend to use the results of the experiment site to deal with me? Great, great. Your plan is really great. Do you really think that blue blood alone can deal with me? I have been evolving outside the experiment site for countless years, but blue blood has probably just woken up, right? Looking at its current appearance, it is obviously still relying on its instincts to move, and has just begun to devour for its own evolution. I have said that it is not necessary to defeat you. The Emperor of the Underwater City said indifferently, in fact, as long as I can injure you and make you unable to recover, that will be enough. After today, this experiment site will be completely sealed. Number 08, Sin, the best way to deal with you is to seal you here forever. The indestructible spirit that will require your indestructible spirit to be able to escape from this place. Louis! Sin suddenly roared, if I can't get out, you can't get out either. I will catch you and torture you day and night. You will go crazy in the abyss of pain. One day, you will be ashamed to me. You will beg me for mercy. Beg me to let you go. Tormenting you will be my greatest pleasure in the future. Since I've come in, I have no intention of leaving this place. The Emperor of the Underwater City said indifferently. Suddenly he spread his hands. The holy armor on his body suddenly peeled off from his body. The holy armor that was peeled off instantly shot towards the blue giant's body. Sin seemed to have understood something. It instantly moved and tried to stop holy armor and blue blood from fusing together. However, it was still one step too late. The moment holy armor and blue blood fused together, a huge light appeared and bounced Sin away. The bloodline of the Lemurians originates from the blue-blooded giants. Our powers are of the same origin. After losing the holy armor, the Undersea City Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. However, he still stood upright and said in an ethereal voice, the power that we can use, it can also use it. Perhaps blue blood's evolution has just begun, and it can't be compared to you, but it doesn't matter. The time that it has lost will be filled by us. This is the hope and resentment of the Lemurians for countless years. It is the roar that has been buried in the depths of the souls of generations of emperors. Now, it will all be returned to you. Roar! The huge light dispersed, and the body of Blue Blood Giant was now covered with a thin layer of light blue crystal. At this moment, Blue Blood Giant's eyes were no longer muddy and confused. They became clear like sapphires. Naive. Sin snorted coldly. Its body turned into darkness and spread out instantly as if it was going to swallow everything. Almost at the same time, the blue-blooded giant swung his fist toward the darkness. Like a person holding a torch, he rushed into the dark night. Perhaps it would illuminate everything. It was the light of the souls of the descendants of the Lemurians who were buried in the Undersea City White Tower since the Sunken Sea era. The moment when the two powerful forces collided, it brought about annihilation. The spiritual storm instantly killed the weak creatures, and the destructive blue light instantly turned their bodies into dust. They were like two substances that were oppressed together, unable to merge, and were in a deadlock. The range of influence was also constantly expanding. His Majesty, the Emperor of Underwater City, was silently watching the collision between these two forces. Suddenly, he slowly turned around, only to see a young girl with a complicated expression quietly approaching him from behind. "You are here." His Majesty smiled and extended his hand to the girl. "You're so much like your mother, always so stubborn. Even though I've done a lot of things in the end, you're still like Iska, always appearing in front of me." "You lied to me." The girl suddenly shouted angrily, "You lied to me. You never said that you were going to be buried in this place with this monster." The Emperor just shook his head and then said softly, "Before I came, I went to the Sea Monster Palace and destroyed that place. After so many years, this is the first time I went to see Iska. The Sea Monster Palace is actually quite good. They used ice to preserve her body. If you have time, you should go and see her too." "Louis, you are always like this." The girl rushed forward. I said, "I can do it too. Not only do I have your bloodline, but I also have Sea Monster King Iska's bloodline. I will be better than both of you. I don't need you to bear all of this alone." Riaz is about to awaken. The Emperor suddenly looked in a certain direction. There was also a blue light emitting from that direction. It was very weak and was almost completely covered by the light of blue blood, but it was still emitting tenaciously. "He is quite good." The emperor smiled and said, "So, no matter which one of you is, I believe that you can lead the undersea city to a better future. Remember my words." "Louis, you bastard!" Roaring, the young girl rushed out again. However, the emperor of the underwater city reached out and grabbed the young girl in his hand. His Majesty patted the young girl's forehead gently. "Bastard!" She gradually lost consciousness and fell into his arms. But the moment she entered his arms, the undersea city's emperor's expression changed slightly. Astonishment, surprise, and even a trace of anger and helplessness. These all turned into a sigh. The emperor reached out his hand and gently pressed on the girl's abdomen. He said with a bitter smile, "Riaz probably wouldn't be so bold. You are really like your mother. Back then I also—" He shook his head and gently put the girl down. Then he said indifferently, "Come out, I know you are here." A slender figure slowly walked out. The siren girl was staggering at this moment. She seemed to feel fear because of the collision of the two powerful forces, and her body trembled slightly. "You still have one more thing to do." The undersea city's emperor looked at the siren girl. "Take them away safely. Also, this time it's been hard on you. Your sisters are now safe. After leaving, you can go back to where we met. I left Sapphire there. With it, you can be free in the deep sea. You can go anywhere you want." The siren girl lowered her head and didn't say anything. The undersea city's emperor couldn't help but frown. "What? Are you not satisfied with my arrangement?" "No. This is what we agreed on earlier." The siren girl shook her head and then bit her lips. "You said that the blue blood giant can only be awakened by people with blue blood. You didn't want Miss Lyoga to be the one to awaken blue blood because you were afraid that Miss Lyoga would die here, so you chose Riaz. I can understand that you don't want Miss Lyoga to be hurt. But have you ever thought that if Riaz failed, he would also die here? The key is in your hand." The undersea city's emperor said indifferently, "I said that as long as there is danger, you can activate the key at any time and send people out. I don't mean to hurt him, but maybe now I do." As he spoke, the undersea city's emperor suddenly looked down at the girl who was sleeping on the ground and snorted. "He took away something that I regard as a treasure. He really deserves to die. Awakening blue blood. Do you really need to do this to deceive him?" The siren girl gritted her teeth and asked again, "It seems that you seem to have fallen into it." The undersea city's emperor said indifferently, "But I can only tell you that this is the only way. Once, I thought that I was the most talented person in the past. I was even born in an awakened state. But later, I found that I was wrong. Since I was born, I didn't awaken at all. I just awakened to a degree that far surpassed my ancestors and even reached the degree of their awakening. My true awakening was bang! A huge figure suddenly crashed down. It was the blue blood giant. The battle that had been in a stalemate was finally decided at this moment. Clearly, Sin number 08 had the upper hand. "Louis, he's no match for me. The so-called final anger of the Lemurians is nothing more than this anger. Your anger will be the source of my power." The undersea city's emperor narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to send the girl beside him to the siren girl. "Take good care of her. Look for the right time. Activate the key, leave this place, and never come back. After you go out, find a place and bury the key forever." As he spoke, the emperor's body flashed with blue light and turned into a light ball, directly crashing into the huge darkness. The siren girl gritted her teeth, picked up Lyoga, and quickly turned around and left. It seems that something terrifying is happening, and a battle far beyond our imagination is happening. Master Karen could not help but frown as he looked at Madame Kaya. In the territory of the giant stone kingdom, there were ape warriors that were hastily gathered everywhere. They did not notice the two figures that were quietly escaping. From the moment we came in, this was a dangerous place. Madame Kaya looked around. "Well, From here on out, you have the ability to escape by yourself. If you are caught by Mojito again, I won't have any intention of saving you." Master Karen smiled bitterly. "Now, tell me what's recorded in the data box," Madame Kaya said seriously. This time, Master Karen hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Listen, Prince, you brought the escape pod here. I already know who he is." "Who is it?" Madame Kaya asked. "The current Undersea City Emperor, Louis XXXIX," Master Karen said with a grave expression. "He is the Prince Yi who entered this place with the sea fiend King Iska and gave birth to a child." "What?" Madame Kaya frowned. "Prince Yi is the current King XXXIX? Impossible. The King XXXIX is clearly Prince Karl. 200 years ago, Prince Karl succeeded as Undersea City Emperor, and he has never left behind an heir. The official records can be completely erased." Master Karen shook his head. "But the records in the data box can't be wrong. Do you know what this means?" "What?" "This means that Prince Yi has already replaced the real King XXXIX." Master Karen took a deep breath. All these years he secretly replaced the real King XXXIX and deceived everyone. He might even have personally killed the King XXXIX. Patricide. The reason? I don't know. Master Karen shook his head. "But that's not important for now. What's important is that he is Prince Yi, and he even had a child with the Sea Devil King. That's enough. As long as this truth is exposed, he will no longer have the right to firmly hold the position of Undersea City Emperor. The kingdom's government will be shaken because of this." Master Karen's gaze. His tone gradually became fanatical. His face was already burnt, and he now looked like a ferocious demon. He grabbed Madame Kaya's arm tightly. "Do you know, Kaya? I might really succeed. I might really be able to overthrow the kingdom's government and complete my goal for all these years. Them. Their deaths won't be in vain. I definitely won't let all of this go to waste. You have to escape from this test site alive first." Madame Kaya slapped Master Karen's arm away. "You take care of yourself." She took advantage of the chaos and quickly left in front of Master Karen. "I'll succeed. I'll definitely succeed." His voice came from behind, roaring and screaming crazily. "Definitely. Ha 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 ha." In the courtyard, illuminated by the blue light, the young man's body seemed to have become stronger. A large number of blue marks had already covered most of his body. Gradually, the young man slowly stood up. However, he was currently bending over with his hands hanging down like a wild beast. In front of the long corridor, two figures slowly walked over. It was Boss Luo and Miss Maid. As if he felt someone approaching, the young man suddenly raised his head. His eyes flickered with blue light, revealing great aggressiveness and madness. Boss Luo snapped his fingers at this time. In an instant, a black circle suddenly appeared on the floor beside him. A grayish-white container slowly rose from the circle. Soon after, the container opened, and a white mist began to disperse in all directions. "So, what do you plan to do?" Boss Luo said softly. "Do you want to accept this power, Riaz?" A figure slowly walked out of the container. It was a naked girl. ########## PS. Happy New Year. Chapter 1746. She was surrounded by hot air, and the sweat on her body seemed to evaporate in an instant. The siren girl even felt that her throat was dry and uncomfortable. Put me down. You're awake?" She couldn't help but stop and look at the witch of Underwater City on her back. Although she had woken up, Helen could clearly feel that Lyoga's body seemed to be in some kind of stiffness. "You can't move." "It's already very difficult to wake up." The witch of Underwater City smiled bitterly. "It's like a strong hypnosis, trying to make me sleep all the time. He probably wants to do this so that you won't have too much resistance." Nevertheless, Helen still put Lyoga down. She leaned against the trunk of a big tree and sat down. Lyoga looked up at the night sky, at the blue light that was fighting against the darkness. The flashing brilliance shone on her and Helen at the same time, like the light of fireworks. Perhaps this is what he really wants. The witch of Underwater City suddenly sighed. Your name is Helen, right? When did Lewis contact you? The siren girl thought for a while and said, About a month ago. At that time, we just set off to the deep sea from the place where we were hiding. A month ago? Lyoga frowned and then shook her head. It seems that this plan was improvised. A month ago, Riaz was still very ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. You have been monitoring him for a long time? Helen opened her mouth and asked tentatively, Since he was born, everything about him has been recorded. The witch of Underwater City said faintly, His father has been secretly doing an experiment behind the back of the kingdom's government. Riaz is not the first, but he is the only one who succeeded. Of course, the success that we thought was only because Riaz didn't die in the experiment and could grow up healthily. In fact, over the years, he has never shown any talent, so we basically have to give up on observing him. Collapse. What kind of experiment is that? Lyoga sighed and said, A not-so-good experiment. Everything is because of a guy who wants to get eternal life. Helen was shocked. Eternal life? Do you know how long the Emperor of Undersea City, Louis XXXIX, has been in power? I don't know. How would I know? Lyoga sneered and said, Almost 1,000 years. Helen subconsciously raised her head and looked in disbelief at the blue radiance that was tirelessly colliding with the darkness over and over again. It's not him. Lyoga shook her head. He is Yi. 39th generation is Carl. 38th generation is also Carl. Truth be told, it has always been the same person since 33rd generation. There is a substance that can be extracted from the bodies of the people of Undersea City. It can extend the life of the Emperor of Undersea City again and again. But the price is that the people of Undersea City who have this substance extracted will have their body functions deteriorate rapidly. Furthermore, this substance can only be extracted from the people of Undersea City when they are infants. Baby, that guy is like a demon. Lyoga gritted her teeth. Compared to Sin, who has been secretly raising demons in Undersea City, this demon is even more frightening. Only 1,000 newborns can extract a life-extending potion. You might not know this, but for this longevity, many newborns have never left the 6th Research Institute since they were born. Then Riaz Joachim is one of the secret researchers in this generation of Emperor Karl's potion production. Unfortunately, his child is also on the list of those who need to be extracted. Lyoga looked at Helen. You know, right? A father who doesn't want his child to be sacrificed like this will always want to put up some resistance. Blue blood. Blue blood power? That is Emperor Karl's blue blood. Lapis Song nodded and said, Josher didn't want his child to die like this, so he thought of a way. He secretly extracted Emperor Karl's blue blood. Through continuous experiments, he finally succeeded in keeping Riaz alive. In fact, all these years, we only thought that such a modification could only save Riaz from death. But now, it seems that this is far from the case. Not only did he survive, he even activated the blue blood power in a short period of time and is about to awaken it. It's probably because Emperor Karl's blue blood is very pure. No. Helen could not help but frown. According to what you said, why would His Majesty allow Riaz to live, and Riaz's father as well? You all clearly know. No, you said that the current king, 39th, is not Emperor Karl. He is my father, Lyoga said faintly. At the same time, he is Emperor Karl's only son, did you know? An emperor who had obtained eternal life through cruel means suddenly had a sudden impulse one day, hoping to have a descendant. Then he really did have a child, and this child's talent is much higher than the emperor's. He is extremely wary of this child. But the funny thing is, this child has worshipped his father since birth. At this point, Lyoga sighed and stared blankly at the blue light that was as bright as a star. Louis, Ye's heart has always been in pain. He had never thought that he would be feared by Emperor Karl because of his high bloodline talent when he was just born. He had always been hidden in the heavenly stellar courtyard. He grew up inside the walls. He kept learning everything just so that the emperor who used him as a tool for immortality could come often. The witch of the underwater city smiled bitterly. If strong emotions can bring about the awakening of blue blood, then in addition to sincere love, admiration for one's loved ones is probably another kind. Prince Yi killed Emperor Karl? Helen could not help but ask with a trembling voice. An accident, Lyoga said with a tired face. Emperor Karl had never been able to truly awaken. Because of that, he seemed to have gone mad. He personally killed Ye's birth mother in front of him, in the heavenly stellar courtyard. Only his mother was accompanying him. Emperor Karl's madness directly led to Ye's collapse. On that day, he completed the awakening of his blue blood and became the most powerful person in the history of Underwater City. But that was just the beginning of the tragedy. That is, for countless years, Sin had been keeping Underwater City in captivity. Helen subconsciously covered her mouth. Lyoga's eyes were hazy. On that day, he personally killed the father he admired the most. It was also on the same day that he learned of Sin's existence. He also learned of the torture that Emperor Karl suffered every time he went to provide the eye of the ocean abyss for the past 1,000 years. Prince Yi, only then did he understand that Emperor Karl had always desired immortality, not because he was afraid of death, but because he did not want that kind of torture to be left to others. The matter of Sin was passed down from generation to generation by the emperors of Underwater City. Before each emperor died, he would bring his heir before Sin as a slave. Prince Yi replaced Emperor Karl. Using Emperor Karl's identity, he went before Sin for the first time. He truly experienced what Emperor Karl had to endure in the demon's cave for the past 1,000 years. Probably from then on, Yi wanted to use this method to atone for his sins. The White Tower was entrusted with the resentment and expectations of the people of Underwater City for countless years. Prince Yi, who inherited the throne, automatically connected with the White Tower. Every day, every night, even every minute and every second, he would hear the cries of those souls from the White Tower. In order to live forever, the sins that Emperor Karl had created for the past 1,000 years, as well as the pain of killing his own father, were constantly tormenting the most talented person in the history of Underwater City's royal family. Lyoga looked at Helen, her face already covered in tears. Do you know that kind of pain? Do you know, I watched him suffer all this alone. The same kind of pain that I could not bear. What do you want me to do? Helen could not help but ask in a trembling voice. Let me see to the end. Lyoga sobbed. I beg you, don't open the door so quickly. Let me see to the end. Even if I see him die in front of my eyes, I hope that I can remember him forever in my mind. Don't worry, I will live on. This is the only thing I can do for him. For countless years, everything in Underwater City has been pressing on him. He is like a bird in a cage. He clearly has the strongest wings, but he has never been able to truly fly in the blue sky, unable to obtain freedom. So, at the very least, his thoughts will remain on me. Helen shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I promise to take you away safely. This war is too terrifying. The more I stay, the more dangerous it will be. Lyoga's eyes dimmed, and she silently closed her eyes. But at this moment, she felt that her hand seemed to be stuffed with something. Lyoga opened her eyes and looked, staring blankly at the 2 metal boxes that were stuffed into her hands. I can't do it, but you can. Helen sighed. When you want to leave, you can decide for yourself. You. She looked at the siren girl in a daze. There were thousands of words she wanted to say. Thank you. Helen's pale face showed an ugly smile. Actually, you are not violent at all. Is that so? Lyoga shook her head. I hope that one day you won't regret this idea. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice, be careful. Helen frowned subconsciously. Lyoga sighed. The blue bloodline enters the awakening stage because of the pain. After he goes berserk, he will pursue the target that brings him pain. Everything is a subconscious action. Yu was like this at the beginning. When he woke up, Emperor Karl had already fallen at his feet. Helen subconsciously stepped back 2 steps. Lyoga said, "Do you think that Louis, you didn't do anything good in the end? He didn't tell you this." Helen didn't speak. The witch of Underwater City didn't speak either. She just silently looked at the figure in the night sky who was burning himself. The naked girl had completely walked out of the container. After that, the container slowly sank and finally disappeared. The young man, who was roaring like a beast, walked over step by step. The young man couldn't tell the girl in front of him was real, but he instinctively felt the similarity. The similarity was exactly the same. He seemed to be unable to control his arms. At this moment, he suddenly pounced, and his hands easily pinched the girl's neck. If he used a little more strength, the girl's neck would obviously be broken. "It seems that you still haven't decided." Miss Maid's voice sounded softly. She saw the young man's restraint at this moment. But Boss Luo didn't speak. He was observing everything with his unique black and white vision. At this moment, Miss Maid suddenly frowned and was about to speak. Boss Luo waved his hand, then reached out and pulled Miss Maid's hand, then took 2 steps back. At the same time, a scream sounded instantly. "Riaz, what are you doing?" It was Madame Kaya's voice. In the corridor, Madame Kaya rushed over in shock and anger. She grabbed the young man's hands tightly, trying to save the naked girl from danger. However, the young man who had gone berserk was so strong that Madame Kaya couldn't shake him. The young man's hands that grabbed the girl's neck still didn't move. "Riaz, wake up. This is..." Feeling strangely irritated, the young man waved his hand, and Madame Kaya's body was swept away. She crashed into a pillar in the corridor and broke it. Madame Kaya fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't get up in a short period of time, so she could only watch the scene in horror. Finally, the young man seemed to be unable to truly suppress the madness in his heart. He roared in pain and raised the naked girl in front of him with one hand. "You'll regret this, Riaz." Madame Kaya let out a shrill cry. At this moment, a figure quickly ran over. A gust of wind blew towards the back of the young man's head. Long Gang! Long Gang's hands were tightly gripping the holy sword wrapped in tree bark. He swung the holy sword with all his might towards the back of the young man. However, just as the holy sword was about to hit the back of the young man's head, the berserk young man used his extraordinary reflexes to forcefully twist his body and grab the holy sword in his hand. Long Gang couldn't help but be stunned. Then he felt his body fly away. The berserk young man had actually swung the holy sword and thrown him to the ground. Bang! The ground instantly shattered. Before Long Gang could recover from the pain, a sharp pain had already spread through his abdomen. The berserk young man had forcefully pierced his abdomen with the hilt of the holy sword. Chapter 1747. In the courtyard, the violent blue light seemed to be rising. The berserk young man's roar was like a death sentence. It was ear-piercing and chilling. The madam was completely stunned. At that moment, the memories that had been suppressed for so long seemed to awaken. Long Gang! The madam could not help but let out a heart-wrenching shriek. She remembered everything from the moment she was captured by the kingdom's gendarmes in the prison of destiny. Long Gang! This was her elder brother. Ever since she had entered the underwater city as a spy, her elder brother had always supported her silently. When she fell in love with Josher, her elder brother had supported her. When she and her husband had their wedding, her elder brother had secretly given her his blessings. When her child was born, he had come. He had raised the child high up in the air with unprecedented joy. He had always been in the shadows like a guardian. She had personally witnessed her child kill her only elder brother. At that moment, a gate that had been sealed for a long time seemed to open on the madam. Her blood began to boil, and strands of scorching aura spread out from the madam's body. The heat wave spread out completely very soon, and even the berserk young man was drowned out. The madam stood up. Her eyes were unfocused, and the M symbol flickered on her forehead. Her body had already begun beastifying. She had descended into a berserk state. Roar! Hiss! Like two beasts that had been starved for a long time. The berserk young man and the berserk madam seemed to have received some sort of response. They looked at each other. Their malice rose. All of a sudden, they lunged at each other at the same time. The two scorching auras clashed. An entire courtyard was pushed to the side. They actually began to tear and tear at each other. This is a little beyond my expectations. The servant girl did not blink. She studied the battle between mother and son silently. I never thought that Madame Kaya would awaken at a time like this as well. In other words, the source of the blue blood's power is pain? The servant girl looked at her master. She realized that Luocio seemed to be thinking about something. Ye could not figure out Boss Luo's thoughts. Ever since the boss Luo walked out of the pure black force field, his thoughts began to become erratic. I don't like this. The boss Luo suddenly shook his head. They are just innocent people who were accidentally affected by the radiation of its words. The servant girl subconsciously opened her mouth, but she saw the boss Luo slowly exhaling. Instantly, she felt that her master's complexion seemed to become tired. She could even see a hint of fatigue in her master's eyes. However, she didn't feel any signs of her owner's life slipping away. The hourglass that represented the owner's life didn't show any signs of acceleration. Her master's tiredness seemed to come from another kind of consumption. But soon, Boss Luo's tiredness disappeared. He became energetic again. This time, the servant girl felt that Boss Luo had consumed some time, but it was not much. It was within the acceptable range. "Master, what did you do?" She could not help but ask curiously. Luocio just smiled and said, "I just eliminated some bad effects. Some of the effects brought by number 00. Words is a terrifying power. Even if it's just an unconscious thought, it's still good. Is this the power of the eternal level?" The servant girl could not help but realize. Fate is. Luocio shook his head and said, "Number 00 is always number 00. It's not that person." That person. This was the mystery that Miss Maid couldn't find any clue from her memory. It seemed that there was some kind of incredible power that was disturbing her thoughts and stopping her here. Very quickly, she was once again attracted by the battle between the mother and the son in front of her. Everything seemed to be developing toward an uncontrollable state. At least 7 Star, as the Central Tower's main host, thought so. How many surveillance cameras were there in the experiment site? A lot, enough to allow it to monitor everything here from all angles. These guys want to destroy this place. 7 Star quickly calculated the conclusion that the experiment site was about to be destroyed through his calculation ability that made the servant girl gasp in amazement. The collision between Sin and Blue-Blooded could not be suppressed at all when the Central Tower lost the combat power of the glorious Sun-level soldiers. Even so, even if the entire experiment site was destroyed, it would only be limited to the interior of the experiment site. This was a special space created by the Eternal Kingdom's technology. It was not fragile to the extent that the 2 mutant experimental subjects could destroy it, but it would be destroyed in this battle of destruction. Putting aside the so-called powerful computing ability, it was just an intelligence born from the linkage of the data crystal cores. It was like an ancient tree rooted in the earth. When the lightning struck, it could not run at all. It could only wait to be struck by the lightning. We can't drag this on any longer. 7 Star made the final decision. Before the destruction caused by the battle affected the Central Tower, It had to leave the central tower. It needed a body that could truly move. At this time, looking at the completely repaired Kong Hai in the container, 7-Star instantly issued a certain order. In the central tower's main host room, the crystal core of the main host suddenly shone brightly. A huge amount of data was crazily transmitted into the container through a special channel, into Kong Hai's original consciousness. Don't worry, I will back up your data. If there is a condition in the future, I will return you a body. 7-Star's main host said coldly, "This is your only value now. Kong Hai, I will remember this name of yours." In the container, when a large amount of data began to be transmitted, Mr. Kong Hai opened his eyes instantly and showed a trace of pain. But he did not seem to have the ability to stop the data transmission. In the eyes of 7-Star's main host, he could only watch as his consciousness was drowned little by little and finally deleted. It should be in time. 7-Star's main host silently calculated the time. In the test field under the night sky where darkness and blue light intersected, a group of 6-armed ape warriors with weapons in hand rushed out of their territory under the leadership of King Mojito. This was a warlike nation. Even children, women, and even the elderly, when war came, they were not afraid and could all be soldiers. Our territory is being invaded. Our homeland is being destroyed. No one can destroy our land as they wish. We are the bravest warriors. We will definitely make the enemy fear dash. The king of the Boulder Kingdom didn't have a brilliant way of mobilizing people, but his voice was boorish and impassioned. Simply put, his voice was especially loud and clear. Tens of thousands of 6-armed ape warriors held up their energy guns at this time. Under the loud voice of King Mojito, they madly fired the huge darkness under the night sky. This is the little guy that Iska took him back then. In the night sky, in the flickering blue light, His Majesty the Emperor of Undersea City glanced at it, but his face could not help but show a strange expression. This was not any surprise, but a touch of worry. Ha ha ha, it's a guy who has given birth to wisdom. Ignorance is a bit stupid, but it's better than nothing. Sin's voice sounded at this time. I remember now. These foolish apes must be the descendants of the most ordinary creatures in the experiment site. Louis, you lost. The Emperor of Undersea City did not respond, but the blue light skyrocketed at this time. It's useless. Sin's voice was sharp. My spirit is not extinguished. Even if you seriously injure me, with these ignorant apes I can still make a comeback. I will help them reproduce. I will let them occupy every inch of the test field. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, one day, I will be able to store enough power to break the gate of the test field. Louis, I hope that at that time, the undersea city that you tried so hard to protect has not become the dust of history. At that time, I will cultivate a loyal undersea city emperor as my slave. The Emperor of Undersea City, Prince Yi, still did not speak, but he could already feel that the power of Sin had begun to show a small recovery. The source was these ape warriors of the Boulder Kingdom. Even if they had no wisdom, even if they were just ordinary animals, there would still be times when they felt fear. It was just that the negative emotions brought about by intelligent creatures were stronger. The apes of the Boulder Kingdom were obviously qualified to produce food for Sin. At this time, no matter how brave King Mojito was, he could not dispel the fear in the hearts of his people and warriors. Even though he was madly burning the power of blue blood and teaming up with the blue-blooded giant wearing the holy armor, Prince Yi still could not really compete with Sin. Seriously injuring Sin here and preventing it from recovering was already the best result he had expected. And this result was created after using the technology of the giant civilization to completely awaken the souls of the people of Undersea City in the White Tower and fuse them with the holy armor. After forcibly bursting out the power of the holy armor, it was barely created. Can we only stop here? The Emperor of Undersea City was distressed as he silently looked at the situation that was becoming more and more unfavorable. Has the other side also fallen into an uncontrollable situation? As the only emperor in the past who had truly awakened the power of blue blood, Prince Yi could actually clearly feel that there were two powers of blue blood awakening at this time. Riaz, this was what Prince Yi had hoped would awaken his power, but he did not expect that the other one to awaken would be Madame Kaya. While he was absent-minded, darkness attacked. Prince Yi fell to the ground like a comet. The enemy would not let go of any chance to deal a fatal blow. Do you know why you lost? Sin's voice rang out. Because of fate, from the beginning. Your fate had already been decided. Lemurians, shepherds, you will only be my food for all eternity. Another, even more resplendent blue light erupted in the darkness. Blue-blooded, you failure. What right do you have to stop me? You trash. So many mutants in the test site could escape, but only you can't leave. You are trash. The sky was shaking. The earth began to shatter. A gust of wind swept up in the test site. The gust of wind stirred the sea at the edge of the test site. All of this provided high-quality food for the growth of the darkness. As for King Mojito, he was already valiant. He even drove the chariot and roared towards the sky. Stop. Enough. Mojito, stop right there. On the screen of the chariot, a pale face appeared in front of King Mojito's eyes. He saw Lyoga, who was being carried by Helen. At this time, they had already jumped onto the chariot and stood in front of the camera. Go away. King Mojito was immediately furious. Damn it. You stupid bastard. Lyoga was flustered and exasperated. Take your men and leave immediately. Take all the people of your Boulder Kingdom and leave as far as possible. No, don't go. You can't even panic. It's best to hold a celebration in the territory. You have to be happy. Go celebrate, Mojito. King Mojito in the chariot's cockpit really stopped. His hand froze on the control lever of the cannon. Facing the remarks of the undersea city, which he opened his mouth in shock. Perhaps because he was really stunned, King Mojito even pushed open the hatch above his head and poked his head out. He looked at the two girls standing in front of the chariot's cannon and scolded. You two females, did Riaz F***CK your brains out? What idiotic words are you talking about? My territory is about to be destroyed, and you still want us to hold a celebration? Celebrate what? Celebrate that we're about to die. What a bastard. Helen was not too uncomfortable with such rude remarks. At most, she was a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the undersea city witch on her back suddenly trembled. It seemed that she was trembling with anger. At this time, the undersea city witch also said angrily, That's because I was F***ed. What does it have to do with a beast like you? With that, the undersea city witch suddenly pressed Helen's shoulder and threw her body directly into the chariot's cockpit. I think I really take back what I said before. The siren girl could not help but sigh. Chapter 1748. In the control room of the chariot, the witch of Underwater City and King Mojito were wrestling. This place was so narrow that both sides could not use their full strength. The scene was chaotic for a while. At least, that was what Helen thought when she poked her head in from the cabin door to take a look. Finally, the siren girl picked up a stone in a panic and hurriedly smashed it at the back of Mojito's head. The six-armed ape king's skull was quite hard. The stone shattered, but King Mojito's scalp was not scratched. He was just a little dizzy. Seeing this, the witch of Underwater City suddenly shot out a bunch of silk threads from her sleeves and tied King Mojito up like a dumpling. She even sealed King Mojito's mouth. Lyoga suddenly shivered. Good job. My promise is still valid. What kind of man do you want? I'll find you one later. You're welcome. The siren girl shook her head and hurriedly said, Do we have to evacuate these soldiers of the megalithic kingdom? The source of the power of sin is all negative emotions. But how do you want to make these guys happy? The witch of Underwater City smiled bitterly. If possible, the fastest way is to knock them all out. But we can't do that at all, right? We can only temporarily stop their attack and try to evacuate this place. At this time, even if it's just a little help, it's still better than doing nothing. Helen gritted her teeth and reached out to touch the collar on Mojito's neck. Lyoga frowned subconsciously. "What do you want to do?" "Madame Kaya said that King Mojito communicated with us through this collar. We should be able to communicate with the other soldiers of the megalithic kingdom through it. You want to?" Lyoga opened her mouth, but Helen had already taken off the collar on Mojito's neck. She put it on without saying anything. Then she climbed out of the control room of the chariot and stood on top of the huge cannon of the chariot. The siren girl put her palms together and closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth, her pair of crystal-clear lips seemed to have become a beautiful musical instrument. The siren's chant unknowingly spread across the battlefield like flowing water. It was a song that could make sailors forget their fear in the stormy seas and look into the depths of the sea, searching for the excitement in their hearts and infatuation. There was no sea here, but there were still gales and terror. However, Helen's chanting was able to make the berserk soldiers of the Boulder Kingdom stop one after another. Lapis' song stared blankly at the girl, singing on top of the cannon. Helen's voice not only soothed the emotions of the six-armed ape warriors, it also seemed to soothe her soul. The witch of the underwater city was even a little absent-minded. She suddenly understood that even if this siren girl did not have a delicate face, she still had something that made people infatuated with her. "No wonder that damn brat is like this," the enchantress of Underwater City muttered something in a low voice before shaking her head. She did not need this kind of silence. She was just a young girl who was releasing the siren's talent to her heart's content. Her voice was so terrifying that Lyoga could not help but gradually sink into it. The witch of the underwater city gritted her teeth and pierced her thigh with the dagger in her hand. She instantly woke up. On the battlefield, the warriors of the Boulder Kingdom had stopped at some point in time. All of them were looking at the king's chariot, silent as if they were children lying in their cradles, about to fall asleep. "Is this Helen?" The emperor of Underwater City stood up from a huge pit with some difficulty. His steps were obviously a little unsteady. There was no doubt that the power of the blue blood was powerful, but continuous use was bound to cause a huge burden on the body, especially on the spiritual side. Moreover, in order to increase the power of the blue-blooded giant, he even sent out the activated holy armor, which prevented the emperor from receiving any support. Every time the power of the blue blood was burned, it was actually his life force that was burned. However, the emperor had already made up his mind to end everything in this place, so he did not care about the consumption of his life force. The only thing he cared about was that he might lose this battle. Even with the blue-blooded giant, it is still not enough. The emperor of Underwater City frowned at this moment. There was still a flaw in the plan to imprison Sin in the experimental field. All the intelligent creatures in the experimental field had to be wiped out, so that Sin would be completely in a state where there was no chance to replenish it. Only in this way could Sin be truly sealed here forever. A strong murderous intent flashed in the emperor's eyes. He was not a person who feared to kill. The entire sea demon royal court and the sea demon race, he could also destroy them at will. At this moment, a blazing white light beam quietly lit up in the darkness. Everything was silent, but everything had a sound. The light beam appeared behind the emperor of Underwater City and then penetrated his body. Then it shot into the soil of the huge pit and even melted the soil directly. The emperor of Underwater City lowered his head and looked at the charred wound on his chest in surprise. He turned around with difficulty. "Emperor!" At the edge of the huge crater, a figure was staggering down. His entire body was covered in burn wounds, as if he was a rotten piece of wood, but he held an energy gun up high, and energy boxes hung all over his body. Finally, he tripped over a rock, and his entire body rolled down, kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked even more disheveled. However, he stubbornly crawled up, raised the weapon in his hand, and madly swept the area, shooting out beams of energy at full power in a frenzy. In front of the emperor of the undersea city, a blue light shield directly lit up, blocking all the attacks outside. However, his face was pale. The first shot had pierced through his body, and he had obviously suffered heavy consequences. Kim Kailuan, Master Kim Kailuan, the Emperor said with a suppressed voice. It's me. It's me. It's me. I'm coming. He was already crazy. I'm coming. I'm coming. I, the pitiful worm who has never been toyed with in your palms, is here. Go to hell, Emperor. Go to hell. If you die, all of this will be over. It's over. He still rushed to the Emperor, but the bullets in the energy gun had been exhausted. He had to start replacing the energy boxes clumsily with his trembling hands. But he was nervous and frightened. Maybe he was also excited. But the energy boxes suddenly fell to the ground, so he hurriedly pulled out another one from the belt on his body. Put it on. Put it on, Master Kim Kailuan shouted crazily. He felt as if there was some kind of power that was stopping him from doing this. It was clearly a simple action, but he couldn't complete it. From the beginning, his hands had never been calm. Are you tired, Master Kim Kailuan? The Emperor of Underwater City's voice gently entered Master Kim Kailuan's ears. He subconsciously stopped his hands and looked up, only to see the face of the Emperor of Underwater City so close to his eyes for the first time. He was more frightened than ever before. He stepped back and fell. He fell to the ground, kicking his feet and pushing his body back. Don't come over! Don't come over! Don't come over! Are you tired, Master Kim Kailuan? The Emperor of Underwater City asked again in a low voice. Ah, Master Kim, Kailuan screamed shrilly. He took the energy gun without the energy box and threw it directly at the Emperor of Underwater City, but it was blocked by the blue light shield. Once again, he clearly saw the Emperor's face, every pore on the Emperor's face. He even saw the wound on the Emperor's chest. He suddenly smiled. Just a little bit more. I'm just a little bit more. Bang! A huge light accompanied by a terrifying sound appeared at the bottom of this huge pit. The air was distorted by the hot breath, but the blue light was still there. When the wind blew away the fog, the Emperor of Underwater City silently looked down at his feet. There was only a hand holding the energy gun left. The Emperor of Underwater City raised his head and looked at the light of the blue-blooded giant who was gradually losing to the darkness, as if it would be swallowed by the darkness at any time. He sighed, I'm just a little bit more. As he spoke, the Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blue blood that shone like starlight. He staggered and half-knelt on the ground. He covered the wound on his chest behind him. Even with his high-speed recovery physique, it seemed to be a little strenuous at this time. The Emperor's consciousness gradually became hazy, and then he fell to the ground. Louis! But before he closed his eyes in his blurred vision, he seemed to see a few figures quickly sliding down from the edge of the huge pit. Lyoga and Karen. Behind them, they were dragging the tied-up King Mojito. Up in the sky, a black sphere had appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a huge, tightly shut black eyeball. On the ground, strands of black threads were gathering in this black ball one by one. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and more. They were providing nutrients for this huge black ball to grow stronger. In the kingdom of Boulder, in the king's courtyard that had been destroyed, black threads appeared on the bodies of the frenzied girl and the rioting Madame Kaya who were killing each other at some point in time, and they were becoming more and more solid. Everyone, regardless of whether they have wisdom, fear, is instinctive. Looking at these dense threads, Luaccio had already appeared beside Longang. What are you afraid of? A black thread also appeared on Longang's chest, connecting to the black ball in the sky. However, he did not seem to hear it. Longang, whose eyes had lost their luster, was still tightly holding the holy sword that was inserted into his body. Beside Longang, the little white beast was crying out in horror. When it noticed two strangers beside it, Boss Luo and Miss Maid, the little white beast Mana immediately stood up. Every single strand of its snow-white fur stood on end. At this moment, a faintly discernible black thread had also appeared on its body. Luaccio looked at the little white beast. More accurately, he looked at the blue crystal on its forehead. "Do you want this kind of ending?" The blue crystal on the little white beast's forehead suddenly lit up. "What are you hesitating for?" Luaccio's voice rang out again. A thin layer of blue light was circulating around the little white beast Ma'ana's body. It suddenly floated up slowly, and a blue halo slowly appeared in its pupils. "We have already upgraded his bloodline, but obviously he still doesn't have the qualifications to do so. His bloodline has been neutralized, hasn't it?" Boss Luo said indifferently. "This came from your creator's technology. It's not his fault." "We are very weak. The last bit of strength can only be entrusted to the Tombkeeper. Suppose all the blue-blooded descendants are swallowed by Sin, who will be the Tombkeeper?" Boss Luo shook his head. "Of course, this is just a hypothesis. You can also take it as a suggestion." "Little white beast's voice rang again. "Then what about you? We can feel that all of this may be easy for you to solve." "I am me." Boss Luo shook his head. "Even if I had the ability to solve all of this, I don't necessarily need to do it. At least, it depends on my mood. Besides, when you still have strength in your precursors, why do you need help from others? If, before you do your best, how can you say that you need help?" Little white beast suddenly became silent. Boss Luo said indifferently, "In the end, do you want to preserve the strength until there may be no successor? Or do you want to use this last strength to bet on an unknown future? If the last strength is use, the end will fail." Little white beast said slowly again, "It means that we have done our best." "As I said, it depends on my mood." Boss Luo said expressionlessly, "I don't want your determination to be born because of some promise of mine." The blue light dispersed. The little white beast fell to the ground. When it opened its eyes again, it seemed to have turned back into the little white beast that only had a little bit of spirituality, but there was nothing special about it. It nestled beside Longang in horror, but at this moment, the blue crystal on its forehead suddenly fell off. The moment it fell to the ground, the crystal suddenly shattered and then merged into the ground, into the blood flowing out of Longang's body. "Longang's is already very strong," Miss Maid suddenly said softly. Boss Luo smiled casually. "You see, even if we don't trade, we can still do something. Sometimes it's very simple, as long as we use the power of words reasonably. We don't even need to interfere too much. Besides, why do we need so much time as long as we have enough?" Longang's body began to be covered with a soft blue light. At the same time, a figure fiercely hit the ground. It was the berserk young man who came from the previous generation of the underwater city, Emperor Karl, who was more powerful. Without any restriction, the berserk young man rushed to the naked girl, who stood quietly without caring about anything, regardless of his killing instinct. Boss Luo suddenly said at this moment, "Riaz, what do you like?" The hand that was tightly closed, the fingernails that were like steel spikes stabbing towards the naked young girl's throat forcibly stopped in front of this naked young girl's neck. Chi! Blood splashed. It was this berserk youth who had forcefully stabbed his palm into his shoulder. Chapter 1749. In the underwater city, the fleet that went to the Sea Demon Palace had returned, a broken fleet. However, when a dozen warships were about to enter the underwater city, the last ship in the fleet, Sapphire, suddenly lost contact and began to change its course. The commanders of the remaining fleet quickly contacted Sapphire, but not only did they not get a reply from the commander, but they were also attacked by Sapphire. This kind of sudden attack from the fleet was quite terrifying, especially when Sapphire was originally equipped with many powerful cannons. What happened on the ground? Sapphire. Sapphire. Answer. Answer. Rumble. The warships came back with many damaged parts. If they were attacked by Sapphire, It only took a moment for the remaining warships to fall into large-scale chaos. At this time, Sapphire had begun to travel. Looking at the direction it was heading, it seemed to be the Somna Trench. At this time, in Sapphire on the Isle, there were soldiers of the underwater city's fleet who fainted on the ground. It seemed that this place was suddenly invaded by something. The soldiers who fainted were densely packed, all the way to the door of Sapphire's control room. The door of the control room had been opened at this time, and the pilots fainted on their positions, including the temporary appointed captain of Sapphire. There was only one figure standing there. It was a tall figure hidden in a black robe. His face couldn't be seen because there was a thick black mist on his face. The black-robed man stood in front of the light screen at this time. The light screen was turned on, and it seemed to be communicating with someone somewhere. The screen was pure black with only a white pattern. "You've exceeded the time of the last communication for a long time." A low voice suddenly sounded from the loudspeaker. The black-robed man said slowly at this time, "Charles died, and the entire Black Order's combat power was defeated in the seaside incident." Later, Justin took over Sapphire. "I thought he would go to the headquarters of the Black Order to take over the remaining power, but I didn't expect him to sail into the deep sea and contact the underwater city. The ability of the underwater city emperor is too strong, and I can't expose it. What about the foreign powerhouse from other worlds?" After a moment of silence, the low voice sounded again. "Missing." The black-robed man shook his head and said, "He suddenly disappeared during the battle at the seaside. Even I couldn't find a trace of him. All life scans have failed." "In that case, your mission this time has already failed." "Yes, I am willing to accept the punishment," the black-robed man still said slowly. "But at this stage, the Emperor of the Underwater City seems to have entered the test site again, and he has successfully dragged the number 08 into the test site. Master already knows about this matter." "Master already knows?" "Although Master has left the test site, he has always left behind a secret passage that can monitor the situation inside the test site at any time. Master already knows what the Undersea City Emperor wants to do. What should I do?" After a moment of silence, the black-robed man asked with doubts. Sin was raised by Master. In the beginning, Sin's battle with Shinryu ended with Sin's failure. However, Master detected that Sin still has room to grow. After such a long time, it has undergone several transformations. If it can transform 2 more times, it will be able to increase its growth potential by 1 stage. It will be an important material for Master, so we can't let the plan of the Undersea City Emperor succeed. The key is in the hands of the Undersea City Emperor. The black-robed man shook his head. "Who told you that there are only 2 keys?" The black-robed man suddenly raised his head. At the same time, in front of him, the space suddenly distorted. Then a grayish-white skeletal palm slowly stretched out from the distorted darkness. On the white skeletal palm, there were 2 small metal boxes. As early as after leaving the test site, Master has already created more keys. Go, make up for your mistakes. The voice sounded again, release Sin again. This subworld is the Colosseum. Master needs more materials. Sapphire instantly accelerated. Test site, Boulder Kingdom, Kingdom Courtyard. The berserk young man slowly fell to the ground. Blood with sparkling blue stars began to flow out from the wound. Riaz's body suddenly shrunk a lot. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Only the naked girl was still standing beside him in a daze. The girl didn't even have consciousness. At best, she was just a body made of a pile of temporary materials. So, it's considered that the awakening failed. Miss Maid looked at the fallen Riaz and asked curiously, "Then, what should be the heir that Louis wants?" She wasn't questioning Boss Luo's approach. She was simply curious about her master's thoughts at this moment. Ye felt that she might need some time to adapt to some of her master's personality changes at this stage. Of course, it wouldn't take too long. Even if her family bought a new car, it would take some time to drive it well, right? Just an heir. Boss Luo smiled and said, "It didn't say that the heir must inherit the blue blood power. Since this madness has been completely induced, it's equivalent to reducing the possibility of madness in the future, isn't it?" Miss Maid nodded. Boss Luo said softly, "So creating it isn't a waste of effort. Speaking of which, we didn't actually spend much effort. It's all thanks to 7-Star. Luocio looked at the naked girl in front of him at this moment. She didn't have consciousness. At this moment, her body suddenly shattered and turned into a pile of dust. Miss Maid smiled slightly. This master was actually her original master, just a little more cheerful. There wasn't much difference in the way he did things. Only people who know how to save themselves can get help. Boss Luo said softly, "Some people have already tried their best, given all the effort they can give, even their lives. Only such people can make people want to help them. Our unhesitatingly extending a helping hand should also be a kind of reward for their efforts. This is what my father said before." As he said, his gaze slowly fell on Longang's body. Suddenly, a roar sounded. It came from Madame Kaya. Her madness hadn't been removed, but Boss Luo knew that someone had removed it. The blue light began to be released from Longang's body. His body slowly floated up, and Holy Sword separated from his body. A huge light rushed straight to the sky at this moment. It didn't disperse the darkness that shrouded the sky, but it pierced through the darkness. So, Longang suddenly opened his eyes. His hand instantly grasped the hilt of Holy Sword, and his whole body turned into a comet, rushing to the sky. The blue light sprinkled on Madame Kaya's body, smoothing out the berserk factor in her body bit by bit, letting her fall to the ground peacefully. "What is that?" "Is it Riaz?" A new comet crashed into the sky, as if it could bring a trace of warmth. Helen stared at this new light in a daze, and her beautiful eyes kept blinking. "It's not him." The witch of Undersea City frowned with a strange expression. It's Longang? Why did he? It's the holy armor, the other part of the holy armor." A weak voice came. It was the voice of the Undersea City Emperor. "So the other half of holy armor is really hidden here. It's a pity that I haven't found it yet. You're awake. How do you feel?" Lyoga asked hurriedly at this time. "Not too bad, but obviously not very good. Cough, cough." The voice of the Undersea City Emperor was still weak at this time. "I was too careless, but Master Karen's luck wasn't too good either. She almost didn't pierce through my heart. This damn old man." Lyoga gritted her teeth, and even her teeth began to sharpen. The Undersea City Emperor shook his head, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the forehead of this witch of Undersea City. "He's not that bad. Besides, you should leave this place. You're injured like this, and you still want to force yourself." Lyoga was furious and grabbed the collar of the Undersea City Emperor. "So what if I failed this time? Since the Deep Sea era, Undersea City has always been enslaved, and this time doesn't make a difference. But if you die, who will resist it? Resist sin?" "Me. That unreliable Riaz." "I'll buy time for you." The Undersea City Emperor. Prince Yi said softly at this time, a lot of time." With this, the Emperor's complexion became full in an instant. His body suddenly emitted dazzling brilliance. He muttered to himself, "Iska, and I started here, and it will end here. You're crazy. You really don't want to live." Lyoga suddenly fell to the ground. It was a state that she couldn't change. Even when her bloodline hadn't been neutralized, she couldn't change it, let alone now. "Remember, I can only delay sin for a short time." Prince Yi, who had been bathed in dazzling brilliance, said in a low voice, "Even if it's just a slight gap, so may escape. It's a spiritual body and nothing can trap it. So, the moment the door opens, you have to leave immediately." Having said that, Prince Yi reached out his hand and grabbed the box of keys that Lu Ge was holding tightly. In the end, She couldn't hold on any longer and was grabbed by Prince Yi. He then handed it over to Helen. "Tell your sister for me." Prince Yi was silent for a moment, and then sighed. "I don't have time to accept her." Helen's face suddenly turned pale. The female demon in the undersea city suddenly looked at the siren girl, and her eyes widened. Until now, she finally understood why Helen listened to Prince Yi and did all these things. "You're AB asterisk starred who shows mercy everywhere. Since your mother. This is the first time I've done this. Besides, it's just an accident." Prince Yi shook his head. "Don't think too much. Go, leave here." After saying this, the test field suddenly shook. The full moon that had been covered in darkness suddenly shone at this time. Then, a light beam shot out from the full moon. "The gate is open. How is that possible?" Prince Yi suddenly looked at Helen. The siren girl's face turned pale, and she shook her head in horror. "No, it's not me. It's really not me. I didn't activate it. The key box was still in Helen's hand, and there was nothing unusual." Prince Yi looked at the test field door that was suddenly opened with a solemn expression, and a trace of fear that was hidden deep in his heart spontaneously rose. At the same time, a black silk thread appeared from Prince Ye's body because of this sudden fear. It connected to the huge eye of the ocean abyss in the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha. I feel it. I feel it. Louis, your fear. You're finally afraid. What a wonderful feeling. The door is open. God is helping me. Damn it." Prince Yi, whose expression changed several times, gritted his teeth and rushed up to the sky. "You guys go quickly, even if you only leave behind the tinder." It felt the feeling of its body being full, the host of the 7 stars. As the host of the central tower, it actually had a lot of time to create a walking body for itself. Unfortunately, the test field was always closed, and a walking body was meaningless to it. Moreover, the 7 stars who had been in the state of evolution hadn't evolved to the point where it felt it needed a real body. But this time was different. The crisis in the test field prompted its rapid evolution, although the direction of its evolution was somewhat gratifying. Is this the image information received by a creature's visual nerves? The 7 stars slowly looked at the outside world with its new body and soon came to a conclusion. The creature's body was limited in receiving information and images from the outside world. It's limited, and there seems to be a problem with the focal length of the image. Why are there so many images? The 7 stars looked around in confusion. Then it suddenly felt that its body was caught by something. To be precise, it was pinched by something. Then, to 7 stars' disbelief, or rather, fear, he saw Kong Hai's face at that very moment. A huge face suddenly appeared in front of it. I. Are you surprised?" Mr. Kong Hai's voice sounded slowly. "I don't know what the problem is, but I seem to have the idea of not wanting my consciousness to be obliterated. So, after noticing your plan, I made some countermeasures." You. The host's voice suddenly trembled. "When the body was being repaired, I secretly reconstructed a body inside it to complete your data transmission." Mr. Kukai said expressionlessly, "Of course, because of the limited materials and space, I can only make a very small body. Well, I saw that you used the projection of a ladybug before. I think you liked it and thought that a bug wouldn't take up much space in my body, so that's how it is." The 7 stars looked at Kong Hai's eyes blankly. Obviously, it could see its own appearance through the reflection in Kong Hai's pupils. A bug! Fragrant, 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 doghead, fragrant. I really became a bug? What the F asterisk CK did that guy get it right? What kind of mouth is that? At this moment, the central tower host. The 7 stars was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? What can I do? Chapter 1750. Although 7 Star didn't expect Kong Hai's betrayal as a super-capable machine backup, he felt that he still had a chance to turn the tables. It didn't matter if there was an error in the data transmission. Another transmission would be enough. Even if the main consciousness mistakenly entered the real Ladybug's body, it was still the Central Tower's host. Even if Kong Hai was the most powerful person in the Central Tower, he had been demoted and was at most a normal level biochemical soldier. With the materials in the Central Tower's inventory, he could make more than 100 biochemical soldiers in a minute. Is this the feeling of being angry? It's amazing. Kong Hai, maybe I should thank you because you helped me evolve one step closer. It's said that frustration is one of the necessary factors for a creature to grow. Without experiencing it personally, it's really hard to understand just by looking at the data. Anger is really a wonderful experience. Mr. Kong Hai was still holding 7-star as the host and was very calm. You should see my anger now. 7-star didn't say anything. Perhaps he instinctively felt that shouting would only damage his identity as the wise host. I'll take back all the materials on you and won't waste a single bit. Face my anger. Then Mr. Kong Hai found a small test tube in the cultivation room and threw the ladybug in his hand into the test tube. Finally, he inserted the stopper. In the small test tube, 7-star's body lay on the inner wall of the test tube and blinked again and again. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Mr. Kong Hai shook the test tube in his hand and said indifferently, "Your insect body only has an input interface and no output antenna. You can't connect to the Central Tower's internal network now." How much hatred! Thus, the Central Tower's host that was lying on the inner wall of the test tube slid down the inner wall of the test tube bit by bit. It was down. Mr. Kong Hai didn't care about this. He directly put the stopper into the pocket of his combat uniform and then quickly went to a control panel. The screens were turned on one by one. He was using the fastest speed to understand the current situation in the experimental site. More than 70% of the facilities have been destroyed. No wonder the mainframe thought of escaping. Mr. Kukai shook his head. The damage is irreversible. Number 08 Sin, Blue Blood, and the Underwater City. He seemed to be thinking about something. All of a sudden, Mr. Kong Hai-san's hands danced on the control panel as he muttered to himself, "I hope I can make it in time." Bang! A loud noise appeared somewhere at the bottom of the Central Tower. It was a test ground creature that had gone mad because of fear. It was crazily hitting the outer wall of the Central Tower with its head. This synthetic creature was really stubborn. After ramming for a long time, not only did it not break its head, but it actually managed to smash a big hole in the outer wall of the Central Tower. At this moment, apart from the iron-headed synthetic creature, most of the synthetic creatures in the test vehicle were the same. To Sin, the last thing he wanted to see was being trapped in the testing ground. Especially when Long Gang charged up to the sky with holy sword, Sin was enraged to the extreme. Shepherds. Shepherds. I don't know when it started, but it suddenly appeared in front of me and kept pointing at me through the restriction trough of the laboratory. I said that if I can get out of here, I will enslave you and your descendants for generations to come. You're just tools that were extracted from the failed product, Blue Blood. How can you defeat me? The darkness expanded. The blue-blooded giant wearing the holy armor and Long Gang holding the holy sword stood on both sides. Under the expanding darkness, they seemed to be having a hard time. At this moment, Long Gang's consciousness was almost completely dominated by the consciousness of the ancestors of the shepherds left in the experimental site. He only left a part of his perception ability. However, because of this perception, Long Gang's face showed a trace of seriousness. He tried to communicate with the ancestors of the shepherds who occupied most of his consciousness, but he couldn't achieve a perfect unity. However, he managed to get some information. The blue blood giant couldn't truly merge with the holy armor. S-Power and the holy armor and holy sword, S-Power couldn't completely resonate. This was because the ones who controlled the holy armor were the shepherds who chose to leave the experimental site. Their will couldn't be unified with the will of the shepherds who chose to stay. In imminent danger. This was the message that the Holy Sword and the collective consciousness of the shepherds who stayed in the experimental site sent to Longang. Let me be the leader. Longang gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Let me be the leader. Sacrifice has to be worth it. If we can't defeat sin, then at least we need to leave behind a spark of hope. Silence. After a moment of silence, Longang realized that he could finally move his body freely. When the door of the experimental site was opened, the round moon in the night sky broke through the darkness. Longang held his sword and rushed out of the tunnel, scattering blue starlight. Hurry! Longang's will was instantly transmitted to everyone's hearts through the resonance of the Holy Sword. At this moment, his innate listen to the voice of all things seemed to live up to its name. Hurry! It was a voice that came from the bottom of his heart. The moment the voice rang out, Prince Yi subconsciously exchanged glances with Lyoga. The expression of this legendary prince was slightly complicated. He's also Iska's child, but I once had the thought of killing him. He finally sighed. He bought us time. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. There's probably someone outside controlling the opening of the door. Longang won't be able to hold on for long. Sin will continue to absorb the remaining negative energy in the deep sea once it has the chance. Speaking of this, the Emperor smiled bitterly. Before coming in, I just destroyed the sea monster royal court. There's probably this energy floating everywhere in the deep sea right now. The demoness of the underwater city could not help but glare at him viciously. She said, quickly, Riaz, Kaya, and the others should still be in Mojito's castle. They've actually awakened Dragon Ridge. I wonder what happened over there. Let's go pick them up first. With that, the Emperor nodded. He waved his hand, and a blue light instantly enveloped everyone, including King Mojito. Then it quickly rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the blue light had already descended into King Mojito's castle. They saw Madame Kaya lying unconscious on the ground very quickly. Then they saw Riaz lying on the ground not far away. What is this place? Lyoga was shocked. She stared blankly at Riaz lying in a pool of blood and instinctively took a step forward. However, the siren girl was much faster than her. Helen ran to Riaz's side and picked him up, hurriedly saying something. Lyoga opened her mouth, then shook her head and said stiffly, Looks like the awakening failed. You didn't choose to accept it. Prince Yi lowered his head in thought, but then he waved his hand. The blue light enveloped Madame Kaya and Riaz at the same time. Prince Yi directly activated the key box in his hand and prepared to leave. But the King of Mojitos was left out. Lyoga suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Prince Yi's arm. She said in a low voice, Take it with you. Let it take a look at its mother's grave. Its wish has always been to leave this place. Prince Yi glanced at Mojito. The king of the Boulder Kingdom was still tied up and his mouth was still gagged. However, he looked at Prince Yi in a daze. He even knelt down and lowered his head. Prince Yi slowly exhaled, but the blue light quietly climbed onto Mojito's body. The key box opened, and a beam of light shot towards the full moon in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the courtyard. They escaped. They have forsaken you, see. They left you behind to face death alone. The voice of Sin came from all directions, and it also came from his heart. Longang gritted his teeth. He realized that no matter whether creating time for Prince Yi and the others to leave was a subjective action or not, the voice of Sin could still tempt the dark side of a person's heart. Why did I have to do this? It was clearly Louis who had taken the initiative to take on this responsibility. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he should be the first to do so. The wavering of his heart seemed to have shaken the power of the Holy Sword. The starlight guarding the exit passage instantly dimmed. The darkness continued to collide and was about to break through the starlight. Even if there was only a slight crack, as a spiritual body, it seemed to be able to pass through. At this moment, a bunch of faint starlight suddenly floated up from the ground. This faint starlight seemed to be attracted by something and finally came to Longang. They directly plunged into the holy sword. At this moment, Longang felt a familiar thought. This is Master Karen? The holy sword flashed at this moment, as if it was some kind of response. Tomb Keeper! Tomb Keeper! Longang stared blankly at the holy sword and muttered to himself, Grandmaster, this is where the soul belongs. The final resting place of the shepherd and the descendants of the shepherd. Please fight with me. Ho ho! Longang waved the holy sword, and the moment he waved it, a few strands of black threads that quietly appeared on Longang's body were instantly cut off. He pointed the holy sword at the huge darkness and shouted, It doesn't have to be me. It's just that when the time is right, someone has to stand up and block everything. I'm just the one who is willing to stand up at this time. I don't regret and I don't hate anyone. Idiot. Sin's laughter resounded through the world. I've seen too many so-called heroes and great men. In the end, they will always tremble in fear. I'll make your inner cowardice burst. Longang didn't say anything. He just waved the holy sword to meet the attack. The aura of darkness and heat intensified again. The turbulent energy even began to break the ground, forests, and lakes of the experiment site. Even so, it still couldn't shake the space of the experiment site. Somna, trench. In front of the gate of the experiment site, a ray of light projected, and they once again saw the familiar darkness of the deep sea. As soon as they came out, Prince Yi rushed directly to the coat of arms in the center of the gate, intending to close the gate directly. Perhaps after he entered, he would close the gate again. But at this moment, a black shadow stood in front of Prince Yi. It was a guy wrapped in a black robe. Even his face was covered by a dark vortex. It's you who opened the gate. Prince Yi frowned and stopped. I'm Clayman. The black-robed man's voice was slightly hoarse. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Underwater City. Why do you have the key to the gate of the experiment site? Prince Yi instantly asked in a deep voice. At this moment, he had clearly seen the key box trapped in the coat of arms. It was another double key box. Is it strange? The black-robed man, Clayman, said slowly, It's not strange. I think if it's you, you might have guessed something, right? That guy, the real host of the central tower. Prince Yi took a deep breath and then sneered. It really hides well. At that time, that guy begged me to let it leave the central tower. But when Iska and I opened the gate, it ran away without a trace. All these years, I have been trying to find traces of that guy. I even began to contact the humans on the ground, but it was to no avail. I didn't expect that it had been watching me in the dark all this time. What a sneaky rat. Master is the great observer, the black-robed man sneered, and also the great evolver. You won't understand its greatness. I don't intend to understand. Get out of my way. Don't hinder me from closing the gate. Prince Yi snorted coldly. I'll be afraid of you. The black-robed man, Clayman, shook his head and said, If you are full of energy and wearing the holy armor, I'll really be afraid of you. I'll keep hiding and won't appear. Prince Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed man, Clayman, tore the black robe on his body, revealing his body. It was actually a humanoid metal body that flickered with a silver-black luster. The muscles and bones on his body could be clearly seen. Your current energy data has just reached the bottom line of the radiant moon level. Clayman laughed. I don't need to fight to the death with you. I just need to delay until Sin escapes from the test site again. Do you have any other ideas? As he spoke, the black-robed man, Clayman, threw a punch at the Emperor of the Underwater City. His fist even directly broke the seawater in the deep sea, forming a vacuum zone. The fist directly bombarded the body of the Emperor of the Underwater City. Boom! This was a fist that could directly blow up a mountain in the deep sea. However, Clayman was surprised to find that when his fist hit Prince Yi's body, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. A thin blue light was emerging from the body of the undersea city emperor at this moment. "You still have strength?" Clayman couldn't help but be surprised. "I don't need to keep strength." Prince Yi reached out at this time and directly grabbed the arm of the shocked Clayman. "But did you forget something? This is the deep sea, and I am the last emperor of the underwater city. White Tower!" A huge blue light was shooting from the distant deep sea. At the same time, the White Tower in the center of the underwater city was releasing an unprecedented, dazzling light. **T. Clayman suddenly felt that things were not good. However, at this time, he lost the best opportunity to resist. He saw Prince Yi tear off one of Clayman's arms with both hands. Prince Yi, whose eyes seemed to be bursting with blue electric arcs, punched Clayman's chest. This punch smashed Clayman's silver-black armored chest into pieces. It was also directly smashed by this punch, and its parts scattered. Among the scattered parts, half of Clayman's head suddenly turned. A crack suddenly opened on the broken head, and then a mechanical spider the size of a palm crawled out. The small spider suddenly disappeared into the dark, deep sea, fleeing in an unknown direction. Then, a hand silently reached out from the darkness and caught it in the palm of its hand. The mechanical spider was frantically struggling at this time. It turned its small head with difficulty and finally scanned the appearance of the person who caught it. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes. "Good luck." The young man, Boss Luo, smiled at this time and handed the mechanical spider to the servant girl. "After going back, see what's in this head." Okay. Chapter 1751. It was not that Prince Yi did not consider the possibility of Clayman escaping. After all, this guy looked like a mechanical life form. Perhaps it was better to capture him alive. This way he would be able to understand more about the Central Tower host. But at this time, he couldn't afford to be too distracted. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes in order to capture Clayman alive. Almost at the moment when Clayman exploded with a punch, Prince Yi had already rushed directly to the gate of the experimental site. After calling the White Tower, he had already received some power. Now his plan was to enter the experimental site alone again. Sure enough, there is another pair of keys. Looking at the two metal boxes in the grooves of the huge emblem, Prince Yi did not intend to destroy them. Since the real Central Tower main machine could create the second pair of keys, then the third pair and the fourth pair were also possible. The keys had become meaningless. He directly pressed his palm on the emblem. But at this moment, Prince Ye's face couldn't help but change slightly. At the moment when his pupils contracted, Prince Ye's body burst out with bright blue light. This light even completely illuminated the entire Somna Trench. But soon, in an instant, a trace of darkness came out from the crack of the gate. It was like a sharp black sword, directly cutting through the blue light that illuminated the trench. Rumble! At this moment, the gate slowly opened. The entire trench shook because of this. Then, two faint blue lights rushed out from this darkness and directly hit the stone wall of the trench. Long Gang and the blue-blooded giant wearing the holy armor. The heart of the emperor of the underwater city suddenly sank. He saw that the huge darkness that came out from the gate was crazily shrinking at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the darkness had shrunk into a human figure. It turned into a gray, faceless man. This was Sin. It seems that these two guys can't hold on as long as I thought. Lewis. The faceless man. Sin raised his hand at this moment, and his raised finger pointed directly at the top of the deep sea. Suddenly, countless terrifying deep-sea currents began to gather from all directions. Above where Sin's finger pointed, a huge eye of the abyss was crazily growing at this moment. The game has started, Lewis. Sin had a pleasant smile on his face. Don't give up so soon. Fear, despair, anger, all negative emotions would strengthen the eye of the abyss and become food for it to become stronger. Therefore, it had never planned to simply and cleanly kill either side. The only way to maximize the power of fear was to make the other party lose their rationality over and over again. To make the other party go crazy, sink into depravity, fear, until the other party's spirit and were completely worn away, and the last bit of value was squeezed clean. First, let's start with torture. The expression of the Emperor of Underwater City became more and more dignified. But at this time, two dim blue balls of light slowly converged beside him. Prince Yi saw the long gang on his body. Although he was injured, he seemed to be in good spirits. As for the blue-blooded giant, since it was purely powered by the holy armor, it didn't matter. Not only did it not matter, but the blue-blooded even rushed toward him in an instant after regaining his breath. It was completely a barbarian's way of hunting wild beasts in the wilderness. At this time, Sin dealt with it calmly, as if he wasn't really serious. No one knew what he was planning. I didn't expect that we would join hands in such a way. Long Gang's expression couldn't help but become complicated. You are Prince Yi? The Queen Mother is in the experimental field. Don't care about anything. The Emperor of Underwater City said indifferently at this time, I don't have much to do with you. Iska is very special. She is hermaphrodite and can self-conceive. You are her child. That's right, but you really don't have a so-called father. Long Gang couldn't help but open his mouth. This is her biggest secret. The Emperor of Underwater City shook his head. And you are you, she is her. You don't have to do anything for her. And there is no need to fight with me here. This is not something you should bear. Leave the holy sword to me. It and the holy armor are a complete set. Long Gang sighed. This is not a simple problem I gave you. This is the disagreement of the shepherds. Inside the central tower, there is a village of shepherds. In the village, I saw another white tower. Many things could be understood as long as the beginning was mentioned. In an instant, Prince Yi had already understood the meaning of Long Gang's words. I used to live inside the central tower for a long time. Prince Yi smiled bitterly and said, I found that village long ago, but I never found the white tower and the holy sword. You are right. This is the contradiction between the shepherd's ancestors. Well, whether I can live or not, it's up to fate. At this time, the blue-blooded giant suddenly fell down. It directly crashed into the mountain at the bottom of the sea, but soon climbed out again. Blue-blooded really has no other advantages except for being able to take a beating. Sin shook his head at this time. By the way, I have thought about how to play this game. Come on, there are so many participants. With that, Sin opened his hands slightly. In an instant, a huge shadow emerged from the depths of the trench. It was like a huge black lotus flower. The petals of darkness quickly shrouded the entire space. Prince Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. At this time, Lyoga, Riaz, and the others were pushed up by the black pillars. Their bodies were integrated into these black pillars, and there was no possibility for them to break free. Come on, you, kill one of them here, and then I will let go of the other one here. Sin said with a smile, I promise, the one I let go in the future. Well, 100 years. I will never hurt him in the next 100 years. So, who do you want to kill? Instinctively, Long Gang looked directly at Prince Yi. Prince Yi was silent, but a black silk thread quietly emerged from Prince Ye's body at this time. Emperor, calm down. Long Gang suddenly shouted and waved holy sword at the same time, directly cutting off the black thread. Prince Yi took a deep breath, but at this time he suddenly looked at King Mojito coldly. What do you want to do? Long Gang waved his sword at this time. I said, calm down. I don't want to do anything. Prince Yi sighed. It's you. What do you want to do? You really want to do it? Long Gang looked at the Emperor of Undersea City in disbelief. For so many years, until now, are you still willing to let this guy play with you at will? It's better to have someone alive than to have everyone die. The Emperor of Undersea City shook his head at this time, then coldly reached out and grabbed. This grab was directed at the blue-blooded giant. In an instant, the holy sword on the blue-blooded giant was directly peeled off and then attached to his body, under the blue crystal armor. His expression looked so indifferent. "I don't intend to attack you," Prince Yi said indifferently. "You are the holder of the holy sword. Maybe you should leave. As long as you are alive, hope will not be cut off. If you and I work together, plus blue-blooded, there may be a chance to save people." Long Gang gritted his teeth and said, "It won't give you a chance to save people." Prince Yi sighed and raised his hand at the same time. "But I need to be saved. I've been stained with enough blood. If you can't do it, then leave it to me. 100 years, this may be the last time." With that, the blue light on Prince Ye's body instantly soared. "Louis, from the beginning, you didn't dare to resist at all. You coward." Long Gang was furious, and the blue light on his body soared crazily. The two were on the verge of breaking out. Then they directly started to fight, not giving in at all. Clap, clap, clap. Ha ha ha. Sin, who had been silently observing everything, clapped happily. It was standing on one of the pillars, and the pillar beneath its feet was actually trapping Lyoga. Louis. The witch in the underwater city looked at all this with grief and indignation. What the hell? At the same time, Riaz slowly woke up. His consciousness was in a mess, but he soon sobered up. After waking up, Riaz could clearly recall everything that happened in the courtyard. His body and even his reason went into a frenzy, but this memory was not erased. He was like a prisoner trapped in a cage, feeling that his body seemed to be controlled by another will. It was strange, isolated, and incomprehensible. No matter how he roared angrily in the cage, he couldn't organize his body to move. Until then, Riaz understood the so-called awakening. The power obtained after awakening would be accompanied by pain. The power of the blue blood was like the power of the devil. And this power did not leave his body because he gave up in the end. It merely lay dormant. Perhaps in the future, it would appear again because of other pain. The only thing that Riaz himself couldn't tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing was, after this experience, the activation of his blue blood seemed to have soared a lot. The door of awakening. He seemed to be able to experience it at any time. It was a desire that came from the depths of his soul. Just like the desire for food, it was a natural desire. Riaz didn't even know if it would drive a person crazy if he was always in this state of desire in the future. It might be a good thing that such power was gone. He remembered what Lyoga had said after her bloodline had been neutralized. At this moment, he could already understand the true meaning of those words. In other words, the degree of activation of his blue bloodline was already similar to Lyoga's before her bloodline was neutralized. At this time, Riaz was struggling to get out of the black pillar. The blue blood power in his body was mobilizing, but he still couldn't shake the black pillar, even if he thought he had used all his strength. "Young man, do you want to get power?" At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded in Riaz's ears. Riaz suddenly shivered and subconsciously looked up, only to find that the faceless person who was standing on the black pillar that trapped Lyoga was facing him. It was a voice that sounded directly from the depths of his heart. "You will become the Emperor of Underwater City, and the entire city will be your plaything. You can do whatever you want as long as you do the same thing as Louis. You see, it's very simple, right? I know that Louis seems to want you to succeed him and become the new emperor. This is what he wants, isn't it?" Riaz gritted his teeth and tried his best to drive the voice away from his heart. "What are you hesitating for?" Sin's voice sounded again. It was enjoying the fight between Long Gang and Prince Yi, and said temptingly, "You don't need to hesitate at all. I can give you everything you want. I just want to be a serpent maintenance and modification master in peace." Riaz suddenly said angrily, "What emperor? When did I ask for it? Don't force it on me one by one, bastard." "Oh, so you're going to reject me?" Sin was not angry and seemed to be in a good mood. "I'll be damned if I agree to it." Ria shook his head and said, "My mother will probably twist my ear off, ouch." That was a reason that flowed like a clear stream, and Sin had probably never thought about it. When the answer appeared, even Sin could not help but be stunned, as if it could not think of what to say for a moment. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Humph. It finally squeezed out such a sentence. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be a little strange. Sin subconsciously sensed its surroundings, but it did not know when it started, but several blue light spots had quietly appeared around it. The moment it noticed, these light spots were connected to each other. Sin snorted coldly and looked at Prince Yi. "How naughty. I was wondering how long you can keep up the act, but you can't hold it in any more." Prince Yi and Long Gang, who were fighting fiercely, stopped at the same time. Prince Yi pointed with his finger, and the line around Sin instantly turned into a huge cubic space. Endless space corridor. Lapis Song immediately recognized the nature of this cubic space. This was the unique ability of the holy armor. She could not help but look delighted. "Humph, there's such a thing. It couldn't trap me last time, and it won't be the same this time." Sin was not afraid, and just as the cubic space was about to close, it had already escaped. "Louis, do you think I will fall for the same trick again?" "This is an open, endless space corridor," Prince Yi said coldly. "Open?" Sin was stunned, subconsciously looking at this cubic space. At this moment, a green light suddenly burst out from the chaotic space in this cubic space. That was a sword light full of sharp brilliance. "It's Chin-Chiyu." The female demons in the undersea city realized at the same time. Chin-Chiyu had been trapped in the endless space corridor, and she was the one who fought her way in. But Lapis Song could not understand why Prince Yi released Chin-Chiyu at this time. Did he think it was not chaotic enough? However, what Lu Ge did not expect was that the instant this cyan sword light appeared, a slight distortion appeared on the face of the faceless man Sin. It subconsciously swung its hand to slap the sword light away. However, the sword light directly cut through its palm, and its wrist was cut off just like that. At the same time, a figure in white was still standing in the deep sea. Chin-Chiyu held the green lotus sword song, looking around with a trace of pity in her eyes. "What a pity I was so close to comprehending. It's really effective." Prince Ye's voice came at this time, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "It's really effective. When you directly opened the eye of the sea abyss in the undersea city last time, I was thinking whether you have the ability to resist Sin." Sure enough. Hearing that, Miss Chin frowned slightly. She coldly glanced at the emperor of the undersea city and directly turned to leave. "Goodbye." His Majesty wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Then he smiled bitterly. What a straightforward woman. "It seems that I can't keep this woman." Prince Yi had such a realization in his heart. But at this moment, a dark shadow attacked this white fairy. The voice of Sin suddenly became sharp. "Who are you? Why do you have green lotus?" Number 99. Green lotus. Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1752. Faced with the sudden darkness, the white-robed fairy, who had planned to leave this troublesome place, frowned again. Sword flowers blossomed around the white-clothed fairy, preventing the darkness from invading her body. But Chin-Chiyu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart at this moment. Although her sword light was able to cut through the darkness, the consumption of her energy was beyond her expectations. The power of the darkness seemed to be special, but the green lotus sword song was invulnerable, so she didn't fear it. However, her idea of leaving was obviously impossible for the time being. Therefore, the white-clothed fairy, who was inexplicably imprisoned in Seabed City and was almost forced to marry by the emperor of Seabed City, suddenly had a cold expression on her face. "What are you going to do?" Qin Chiu looked at the source of the darkness and said coldly. Sin, however, was looking at the green lotus sword song in Qin Chiu's hand, thinking, "It really is the green lotus." But how could it be so badly injured that even its main consciousness has almost collapsed, leaving only its pure instinct? But it's fine. After all, the number 99 green lotus has super strong damage to the spiritual body. It's not only sharp to the material body, but also to the consciousness. Leave the weapon in your hand. Sin restrained the trace of surprise in his heart. I can let you go. It intended to use words to move the other party. As a pure spiritual being, it was naturally immune to a lot of harm and was almost invincible. However, the experimental site was a magical place. It kept experimenting and creating different mutants. There would always be 1 or 2 mutants that would have some restraining effect on it. The first one to bear the brunt was the Cyan Lotus number 99. Sin would never forget how when the Cyan Lotus number 99 was born, in order to test the special attributes of the Cyan Lotus, under the instructions of the Central Tower's host, the powerful vanguard guarding the Central Tower used the Cyan Lotus to cut him again and again. As for number 99 Green Lotus, even if it was broken into pieces, Sin would never forget it. It was not fear, but hatred. Do you want my Green Lotus sword song? Qin Chiu loosened her brows and asked softly, Yes, is it called the Green Lotus sword song? Sin nodded. Leave it, and I will leave with you. Exchange it with your life. The white-robed fairy nodded. Then, without saying a word, she waved her hand and hundreds of cyan sword lights shot out, piercing toward Luli. Sin was caught off guard. The moment it faced the hundreds of green sword lights, some of its old memories suddenly recovered, as if the memories were engraved in its memory. It instinctively trembled a little. The blue lotus could not kill it, but the blue lotus had always been used to torture it, and was even glorified as a test of its resilience. Sin immediately dealt with it in a fluster. This sudden change made Prince Ye's jaw drop in surprise. He had always been enslaved by Sin, and this was the first time he saw this guy show such a flustered expression. He had never regarded Qin Chiu as his last resort. When he saved this human woman in the deep sea, he had other thoughts in his heart. But he had never thought that Qin Chiu could make Sin show such a feeling of fear. No, it was not Qin Chiu, but the strange ancient sword in its hand. Prince Yi had once confined this ancient sword in the first Academy of Magic Energy in the underwater city, and studied it for a long time, but there was no progress. Now, looking at Sin's reaction, could it be? Could this sword also be from the arm of the experimental site? Number 99 Green Lotus? A good opportunity. Long Gang quickly said at this moment. It was indeed a great chance. Prince Yi nodded, and the two rushed to the black pillars at the same time. Taking advantage of the moment when Sin was busy dealing with the cyan sword lights, the two of them attacked together and destroyed all the black pillars that imprisoned Riaz and the others. I knew it. This woman looks like an iceberg, but her temper is definitely strong. She attacked without hesitation. As soon as they got out, the female demon in the underwater city said quickly, "Louis, you already knew that she could deal with Sin?" "I don't have this kind of prophetic ability." Prince Yi smiled bitterly. Opening the space cloister was just to create a trace of chaos. That's all. This is completely unexpected. Too many accidents have happened, and one more won't make a difference. Lyoga quickly grabbed Prince Ye's arm. "Well, this woman is entangled with Sin. Let's—" "Long Gang, and I should be able to buy some time," Prince Yi said quickly. For so many years, Sin has been hiding in the deep sea. It indeed regarded the underwater city as its food, but in fact there are more humans on the land. Logically speaking, the land is equal to a huge granary for it, but it has never planned to leave. "What do you mean?" Long Gang asked subconsciously. "You mean there's something on the ground that it fears?" "I don't know." Prince Yi shook his head, "but it must be for some reason that it hasn't left the bottom of the sea. At least, it won't leave in the short term." So, what you need to do now is to immediately rush to the underwater city and leave in the shortest time possible. Your destination is the sea. Impossible. The population of the underwater city is more than 9 million. They won't have enough time to take it away. Long Gang shook his head directly. Yes, Lyoga said seriously. The underwater city itself is a huge ship. It has the ability to sail. What did you say the underwater city is a ship? Long Gang turned pale with fright. In the sunken sea era, only 10 underwater cities remained. Lyoga snorted. This is the ship of hope created by the last gathered strength of the entire Lemurian civilization. Otherwise, do you think it's just a city built on the bottom of the sea? I didn't expect. Long Gang let out a long sigh. But such a huge ship, the energy it drives, it's enough. Lyoga said quickly, the past emperors have always stored energy for the underwater city, in the hope that one day, when the people in the underwater city can walk under the sun again, it can float to the surface of the sea. The prison at the bottom of the underwater city. Long Gang seemed to think of something. The mine at the bottom of the prison. It turns out that this is the meaning of its existence. You're not too stupid. Lyoga nodded. Since you're willing to stay, I reluctantly admit that you're my younger brother. It's not too late. Prince Yi interrupted. Lyoga knew that she couldn't stop Prince Yi from joining the battle. So she said faintly, Promise me, if there's anything. Let that woman, surnamed Qin, go. Watch out. Prince Yi shouted, waving his hand, and a blue light cover emerged. At the same time, a powerful force directly hit the light cover, Sin. At this time, Sin was dealing with Qin Chiyu's attack, but it still had some strength left. Want to leave? None of you can leave, even if it's Green Lotus. So what? This woman can't give full play to its original power, just as Sin had said after it dealt with the first wave of attacks in a fluster. It suddenly realized that the one using Blue Lotus was not the terrifying vanguard of the central tower. The sword light did some damage to it, but only a little. If it wasn't for fear of breaking the vases, it wouldn't even give Lewis and the others the time to discuss. Qin Chiyu, you're despised by this guy. The female demon of the underwater city directly yelled with a sarcastic voice. You're just SOSO. Don't you have any other skills? Whoosh! A cyan sword light shot down silently, sliding past the face of this female demon of the underwater city. At this time, Qin Chiyu wielded her sword, chopping out a huge green lotus, which forced Sin back a little. Then she swooped down and came to the front of the crowd instantly. Her white clothes were still fluttering. Lyoga didn't expect this woman to be so narrow-minded. She even planned to seek revenge in the middle of the battle. If you don't take action, I'll really leave. Qin Chiyu said indifferently. If I want to leave, this guy can't stop me. Are you going to fight it? Prince Yi couldn't help frowning. This guy seems to have something to do with my master. Qin Chiyu said bluntly. I'm going to ask it with my sword. Long Gang didn't know this Miss Qin. It was the first time he saw her. But did she say something wrong? She really said, I'm going to ask it with my sword, not, I'm going to ask it with my sword. No matter what the reason is, thank you for your help. Prince Yi nodded. I apologize for what I did to you before. I'll tell you the reason in detail if there's a chance. No need. Qin Chiyu waved her hand. As I said, you saved me once, but also imprisoned me. We're even. This time I'm not helping you. I'm just doing it for myself, that's all. With that, the white fairy charged forward with her sword again. Prince Yi and Long Gang looked at each other. They were unwilling to be left behind, so they both moved. Prince Yi even detached the holy armor from his body and attached it to the blue-blooded giant. Ever since the holy armor was taken away from the holy armor, the blue-blooded giant had fallen into a state of chaos. It had been gnawing on whatever it could find in the trench. Now that the holy armor was attached to it, it regained its majestic blue appearance. This female looks a bit like Iska. King Mojito, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. The gag in its mouth had disappeared, but the silk thread that bound it was still there. Not at all. Lyoga snorted coldly. She grabbed the thread and lifted King Mojito up. She looked in front of her. There was only her, Riaz, Helen, and Madame Kaya. Madame Kaya had just woken up. Listen, I don't have time to say it again. Lyoga looked at Riaz. I need you now. The activation of the underwater city requires the bloodline of the blue blood. Now, only you can control the underwater city. If you're a man, don't say anything about being afraid of your ears being twisted. If anyone twists your ears, I'll scold them. Madame Kaya looked at the witch of the underwater city with a strange expression. She then shook her head. She had just woken up and was calming herself down. Like Riaz, she had been stimulated and activated the power of the blue blood hidden in her body. She had directly jumped to the awakening stage and still had the memories of her madness. Riaz was slightly silent at this moment. He even avoided Madame Kaya's gaze. However, Madame Kaya reached out and twisted his ears. She used quite a bit of force, causing Riaz to grit his teeth subconsciously and complain about the pain. You know pain now. Madame Kaya's face stiffened. You know pain? You still dared to fight so hard when you hit me? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Riaz muttered. If you know you were wrong, then do something to make up for it. Madame Kaya let go of her hand. Remember, this is not a big deal. What's important is that you did not make yourself regret it for the rest of your life. Riaz felt like crying, but he sniffled and said, I know. I'll go with the violent woman. But we lack the tools to move forward. However, Madame Kaya smiled bitterly. This emperor has clearly overestimated our abilities. You may need a transportation tool. At this moment, a ray of light shone down. At this moment, a grayish-white exploration ship quickly descended from above, and then a figure jumped out of the small exploration ship. Mr. Konghai. Riaz was shocked. He quickly stood in front of everyone and nervously watched Konghai's descent. Riaz. Mr. Konghai said calmly, Normally, someone like me who appears here is not your enemy. Riaz, I thought you would become smarter. Looks like the blue blood power does not have a significant effect on increasing intelligence. That's right. Riaz was delighted. You're insulting me the moment you open your mouth. It's the original Mr. Konghai. That's great. You're normal now. Mr. Konghai ignored him. He pointed at the exploration ship behind him. I found this in the central tower. It seems to be the ship prints you rode here. It can still be used after some repairs. Use it to return to the underwater city. Then you? Mr. Konghai shook his head. I'll stay here and record the data of this battle. All right. Madame Kaya made a prompt decision and nodded. She was the first to board the small exploration ship. After that, everyone followed. Last was Lyoga. She glanced at Mr. Konghai with a frown. Unexpectedly, Mr. Konghai suddenly threw something at her. She caught it subconsciously and found that it was a test tube filled with blue liquid. What is this? A neutralizing potion, Mr. Konghai said calmly. I just made it. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. The enchantress of the underwater city's hand trembled slightly. She looked at him in surprise. Why did you? Mr. Konghai said slowly. When I woke up again, I found that the time I lived in the underwater city was quite interesting. I think I don't want to see the underwater city become history. Silence. After a moment of silence, the enchantress of the underwater city nodded and quickly said, Thank you. She turned around and boarded the exploration ship. Looking at the exploration ship in the distance, Mr. Konghai waited until it finally disappeared before retracting his gaze. At this time he opened his palm. In his palm, a small chip slowly spat out. Looking at this chip, Mr. Konghai could not help but fall into contemplation. This chip was obtained from Mr. Luo on the Sapphire. What a mysterious person. Mr. Konghai muttered to himself, Are you standing somewhere now, silently watching all of this happen? It was a place where no darkness, scorching aura, or even sword light could penetrate. Some fragments, floating in the deep sea, were slowly gathering at this time. These seemed to be the wreckage of the underwater city's battleship. At the same time, there were some minerals contained in the seabed. They finally gathered in front of Boss Luo and then began to combine and gradually take shape. When the thing in front of her gradually took shape, Miss Maid said in surprise, "Flying serpent?" Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 5384ths. Chapter 1753. It was not that there was no movement in the underwater city. How could there be no movement here? The light that the White Tower continued to release was enough to illuminate any shadowy corner here. No matter how magnanimous the residents of the underwater city were, they could feel that something was wrong. Stop. Unidentified ships need to be inspected before they can enter. As soon as they entered the underwater city, the exploration ship was directly stopped by the city guards. Seeing this, Madame Kaya immediately activated the communication video. As a high-ranking officer of the kingdom's government, it was easy to get these guards to let them pass. There was no need to directly collide with them and cause chaos. However, as soon as the communication video was activated, the witch of the underwater city directly pushed Madame Kaya away. Thus, the appearance of the witch of the underwater city instantly appeared on the screen of the guard command room. This is Madame Lyoga. Open the door. Immediately. Yes. Quick, open the door. The efficiency seems to be a little faster than me, a high-ranking military officer. Madame Kaya looked sideways, but now was not the time to make trouble. The door opened, and the exploration ship instantly flew into the underwater city under the control of the witch of the underwater city at full speed. Along the way, the witch had no intention of slowing down at all, completely ignoring the rules of the underwater city that prohibited the flying of tools, such as the serpent. However, no one dared to stop them along the way. Then, the exploration ship directly climbed to the top of the White Tower in the shortest time possible. Everyone quickly got off the ship. Here, Riaz saw another exploration ship. It was just that this exploration ship was also old, and it was even covered with all kinds of scars. Lewis always drives this ship with the eye of the ocean abyss to the place where sin is hiding. Lyoga glanced at Riaz and said faintly, "You think there are many scars on this ship? Let me tell you, every time Lewis comes back, there are many more scars on his body than on this ship." His Majesty. Riaz opened his mouth and immediately said in a deep voice, "What should I do next?" Wait. Lyoga quickly walked into a room on the top floor of the dock. When she came out again, she had a set of equipment in her hands. She asked Riaz to put on something that looked like sunglasses. "From now on, you must listen to my orders. I will instruct you to go to the central control room of the underwater city. You're not coming with us." "I still have things to do." Lyoga shook her head. "Activate the underwater city. With 9 million people, there will be chaos." As she spoke, Lyoga pressed the bracelet on her hand. Then a white light shrouded her. The witch of underwater city was suddenly covered with a layer of jelly-like liquid. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into the appearance of the emperor of underwater city. "You're thinking of..." Madame Kaya seemed to have thought of Lu Ji's plan. "There's no other way." Lyoga shook her head and said, "Everyone in Seabed City only recognizes this face. Don't worry, this is not the first time. I am the emperor you saw when Lewis was away. The shadow of the emperor of underwater city. I don't know when this saying started, but it's clearly not wrong." Madame Kaya shook her head. But Lyoga stared at Riaz and said, "Listen, Konghai gave me the antidote. I should be the one to go to the control room. But here, only I have the experience of acting as Lewis. So, you must not do anything wrong every step I say. They're using their lives to buy time for us at the Somna Trench." I'll do my best. Have more confidence. Lyoga slapped Riaz's cheeks with both hands. Listen, I was your teacher. Don't embarrass me. If Lu Gu wasn't wearing His Majesty's skin right now, he might be a little moved. Then let's not delay, Madame Kaya interrupted. The few of them instantly split up and took action. Riaz and the others quickly walked into the elevator that led to the control room of Underwater City. As for the witch of Underwater City, she quickly walked into another room. 10 seconds later, the figure of the Emperor of Underwater City, Louis XXXX, appeared on the magic screens of every household in Underwater City, even on all the communication devices of the various departments of the kingdom's government. Everyone, as you know, Underwater City has obtained a great victory in this expedition to the Sea Demon Royal Court. We have successfully annihilated the Sea Demon Royal Court. This is an unprecedented victory. Instantly, the entire Underwater City exploded with shocking cheers. However, His Majesty's voice quickly sounded amidst the cheers. Next, I'm going to say something. This concerns the safety of our entire Underwater City. In the deep sea, there is an unprecedented demon hidden. The remnants of the Sea Demon Royal Court were stubborn in the end, and they used their lives to summon this demon from the deep sea. Now, I, Louis XXXIX, need you. My citizens, I need your courage, your determination, your prayers, and your faith. Not only did his voice spread throughout Underwater City, it even faintly entered the White Tower. It reached the ears of Riaz and the others who were hurrying on their way. Through the use of Mana Dazzle, Riaz could easily discover that as the Emperor, as the 39th Prince, he truly had unimaginable prestige in Underwater City. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of person could make a city of more than 9 million people walk out of their homes in an orderly manner or stop what they were doing with just a few words in an instant. Everyone is actually praying devoutly. Siren looked at this scene in disbelief. There's not even a bit of chaos. The residents began to walk out of the streets. They all looked at the White Tower that was emitting a holy light in Underwater City and knelt on the ground. They put their hands together and lowered their heads, as if they were chanting something in their hearts. At that moment, the entire Underwater City became extremely quiet. Yeah, only the Emperor can do this. Madame Kaya suddenly smiled bitterly. Did you know that Destiny was founded because a group of people sensed the Emperor's absolute control over Underwater City? They felt like everyone had become the Emperor's slave. Their thoughts were bound, and they lost their freedom. That's why they rebelled. But looking at it now, if it wasn't for this absolute power, who could make the entire city quiet down with just a few words and make them pray? He even calmed their restlessness. He gave them absolute confidence so that they wouldn't be afraid. I can't do it. Suddenly, such a voice rang out in Riaz's mind. It was his own voice, facing the miracle of Prince Yezrul. This young man, other than being shocked, there was only confusion. He had always been at a loss. He didn't know what he should do, what he could bear, and he didn't even know if he could do anything. He couldn't get involved in the conversation between Longang and Prince Yi. That was a conversation that would decide everyone's life and death. He could only listen to Lyoga's words. They were words that would decide the fate of the 9 million people in Underwater City. Everyone here had their own responsibilities. Even Helen, who wasn't a member of Underwater City, had been in danger of dying several times for the Emperor's missions. Apart from the blue blood energy in his body, Riaz suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have made any special contributions. Even the blue blood energy was given to him by his father. Riaz! What? What are you spacing out for? I said that you have to listen to my orders. We've arrived at the control room. What are you spacing out for? Lyoga's voice rang out in his ears, and Riaz suddenly shivered. He leapt up and hurried out. The lady could not help but frown when she saw Riaz like that. Madame Lyoga, you can hear me, right? The lady suddenly asked softly. I don't have time for you. Listen, I seem to have activated some power in my body as well. The lady said softly, Don't tell Riaz. I don't want him to feel like he's being looked down upon. But please tell me how to control Underwater City as well, just in case. Look at the time. Forget it, I understand. Mother. The Undersea City Witch's impatient voice sounded. Soon, her voice became sharp. Oh no. What's going on? The witch said in a slightly low voice, They're pushing this way. No, it should be that they're being forced by Sin to get closer to Underwater City. Lewis destroyed the Sea Demon Royal Court and left a lot of negative emotions in the deep sea, which became the best source of power for Sin. Underwater City activated. We must catch up. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Chin Chiyu gradually felt the strain. If it weren't for the uniqueness of Green Lotus Sword Song, she might not have been able to hold on for long. Is there no way to weaken its power? Fairy Chin furrowed her brows. If there is, I don't think I'll hold back. Princey struggled to block Sin's attack and gave a response before crashing into the mountain. Seeing the three guys emitting blue light being suppressed again and again, Chin Chiyu understood that they couldn't fight this battle. Until now, Sin hadn't really killed them. Instead, it was playing a game of cat and mouse. This cowardly feeling made the white-clothed fairy's Taoist heart, which had been broken long ago, feel more and more uncomfortable. If she was in Kelowna's territory and was suppressed by those old demons who had been dormant for many years, it would be fine. But after coming out to the deep sea, she still had to suffer this kind of punishment, which was really uncomfortable. I need to find a way to deal with this guy. Chin Chiyu couldn't help thinking. This idea didn't come out of nowhere, but because Chin Chiyu knew one thing. That guy must be here, nearby. The boss of the shop. Speaking of which, Miss Chin was actually a regular customer. Since hundreds of years ago, she took off her fox body and became a human, but the price was too high. In her mind, she was weighing whether it was necessary to pay a huge price to solve this problem. Undoubtedly, all the people in the underwater city weren't enough to make Chin Chiyu want to do this. But if it was to find out more secrets about the Green Lotus Sword Song from Chin Chiyu even quickly denied this idea. If she really wanted to get the secrets of the Green Lotus Sword Song, it would be faster to directly ask the shop. Simply buying some information was obviously easier than dealing with a tough opponent like Sin. Why should she give up what was near and take what was far away? Thinking of this, Chin Chiyu already had a plan in mind. Once the situation became irreversible, she would turn around and leave. Taking advantage of the situation was also the way to choose. She knew that she couldn't do it, but she still did it. She could win every time in the game, but in this world, she would break her head and bleed. Princey might have noticed that the white-clothed fairy was a bit tired after fighting for so long, so he couldn't help but feel a bit agitated. But as soon as the agitation appeared, black threads began to drill out of his body. This emperor was so scared that he couldn't help sweating and hurriedly restrained his spirit. He had to multitask. While dealing with Sin, he also had to control the holy armor to release the power of the blue blood giant. Obviously, it was several times more strenuous than Longang, who only used the holy sword. You're really tenacious. Sin's sneering voice sounded again. But the more determined a guy is, the more intense the emotions brought by fear will be. Lewis, look up! What's behind you? He had to look behind him, but what he saw was the outline of the underwater city. When Prince Ye's pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink, he knew that Sin had been approaching the underwater city, and they were also trying their best to delay it. But the distance had been narrowed to such an extent without them noticing. There should still be some distance. Why? After being absent-minded for a short while, the fear that had been suppressed in his heart suddenly burst out as if it had found a breakthrough. Black threads, like thread-like worms, crazily drilled out from the surface of the Emperor's body. The blue light on Prince Ye's body dimmed at once. Whoosh! But at this moment, a sword light appeared beside Prince Yi. The sword light didn't disperse, and the soft, clear light swept over his body, making him seem to hear a clear sound. Prince Yi quickly exhaled, and the blue light on his body glowed again. He became spirited. Thank you, Miss Qin. Qin Chu frowned at this moment. You are not in a good state. Indeed, I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. Prince Yi nodded. The power gap between Sin and me is too big. I don't mean that. Qin Chu shook her head. Forget it. You should know it clearly. My cultivation method is special, so I can vaguely feel that your heart has some problems. Prince Yi couldn't help frowning. My heart, his heart. Look, it's moving. Long Gang's surprised voice suddenly came out. At this moment, the underwater city in the distance suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, and a large amount of silt appeared in the deep sea at the same time. Tremor. The bottom of the sea was trembling crazily. This huge city that had existed in the deep sea for countless years was now waking up. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Same as before. PS2. In addition, I use the format of up, down, down. At most, I'll lose my moral integrity and lose up, down, down, down. What are you afraid of? And so on. I won't challenge it again. Pop: Chapter 1754. An undersea city with a population of more than 9 million. It brought a huge amount of energy in the process of rising. Because of this, the seabed even showed signs of cracking. Facing such a huge city that was about to float, humans were absolutely insignificant. This was the legacy of a civilized era, which was enough to shock everyone's mind, not to mention them who were originally residents of the deep sea. Qin Chu's shock was no less than theirs. This was the power of civilization, which was different from the mode of cultivators like them. Because it was a cross-domain impact, the shock was so great at this moment, she couldn't help but think of the human beings on the ground. There were so many countries, and they also walked into the process of modern civilization. However, would it be possible to create such an underwater city with all the powers of the human kingdoms on the surface at this stage? Want to leave here? Naive. It was Sin's voice. Along with the voice, there was a shadow that was much dimmer than the darkness of the deep sea. At this moment, Sin's body actually expanded crazily. The speed of expansion was so fast that it made people speechless. The constantly expanding Sin finally had its current form. It was actually a huge creature that was almost half the size of the entire undersea city. This looks like an octopus. Miss Qin frowned at this moment. Its original form. She looked at Sin at this moment. It was indeed like a huge octopus that was dyed black all over. The octopus had claws, and the huge claws grew rapidly in an instant, firmly grasping the bottom of the undersea city. At the bottom of the undersea city, the many jets that were used to move the undersea city were now crazily spraying blue flames. Because of the entanglement of Sin, the entire undersea city actually stopped abruptly. This was an incalculable impact. A large area of the undersea city collapsed in an instant. Prince Yi roared angrily, rushing to one of the tentacles that entangled the undersea city. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on the tentacle. It was the appearance of a faceless man. One after another, faceless men separated from Sin's tentacles. They didn't completely separate, but each of them was connected to Sin by black threads. How many faceless men had appeared? There was no way to count them, but they were like a huge army. Damn it, if this goes on. Long Gang couldn't help but feel anxious, but there were already hundreds of faceless men around him, completely surrounding him. He struggled to raise Holy Sword and slashed out a large number of them. Obviously, these faceless men were much weaker, but they couldn't withstand such an incredible number. Long Gang couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He quickly glanced around and found that not only him, but also Prince Yi, the blue-blooded giant, and even Qin Chu were surrounded by these faceless people. All of you stay here and become my food. None of you are allowed to leave. It was the roar of a deep-sea demon. For the people living in the underwater city, The huge monster outside the city's shield had covered the sky that they were used to seeing on a daily basis. But at this time the city of the city city of the city of the city city of the city of the city 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 and of the city of the city 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 city. He was a city guard wearing a kinetic energy armor made by magic energy technology. He raised the weapon in his hand, and under the effect of the thruster of the kinetic energy armor, he resolutely walked out of the city 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 shield and directly killed those faceless men. It was like a signal. Bang, bang, bang. The magic energy light cannons built on the city wall stretched out one after another, directly bombarding the huge tentacles entangling the undersea city. More than a dozen battleships that had just finished the battle of the Sea Demon Royal Court once again sailed out of Undersea City. On the city wall, there were soldiers of Undersea City with weapons in their hands. Under the brilliance of the White Tower, the Undersea City that was about to leave resolutely chose to participate in the battle at this time. At this time, a blue light shot out from the Undersea City and instantly fell beside Princey. It was Lu Gu, the Witch of Undersea City. Without the holy armor, the Witch of Undersea City was wearing a set of pure, white magic energy armor. It was a product of Astral, 1, and it was a product with the highest performance and specifications that could be created in Undersea City. Princey wanted to say something, but Luga shook her head gently. Even if you have 1,000 reasons, you can't cover up our reason for participating in the battle. Louis, this is no longer your matter alone. Undersea City can't leave now. Things have evolved in the worst direction I've ever thought of. Prince Yi sighed, it's up to you, but some people must stay. They shouldn't be sacrificed here. Don't worry, Luga said quickly. I've asked the royal government to start receiving all the children, young men and women, and a group of technical personnel. They will board the ship and leave by ship. Prince Yi sighed, looked at the Witch of Undersea City who looked like a young girl in front of him, and suddenly smiled. It seems that we have never fought together. This is the first time, and it may also be the last time. I'm willing to fight for your majesty. Then let's fight. Prince Yi, the Emperor of Undersea City, took a deep breath, and then said loudly, White Tower, unleash it to your heart's content. That was the final resting place of the souls of the entire Lemurian civilization. Since some of the ancestors of the shepherds chose to leave the experimental site, the new White Tower had been built. But every time the White Tower was activated, it would consume the soul power of these Lemurians. Every time it was consumed, it meant that a large number of Lemurians' souls would dissipate. If it wasn't necessary, the Emperor wouldn't choose to activate the White Tower. But now, he knew that there was no need to hold back. A huge amount of power instantly poured into Prince Ye's body. This vaguely exceeded the limits of what he could bear, causing Prince Ye's body to instantly turn blue. It was as if he had become a miniature blue blood giant. In an instant, the faceless people around him were reduced to ashes by the light. Louis, you've really made me angry. Sin's voice was like a demon's whisper. At most, I'll spend some time to rebuild Undersea City. I'll let you taste the pain of failure after doing everything you can. A huge tentacle was lifted at this time, and then slapped directly on the light shield of the Undersea City. At the same time, thousands of faceless people gathered together. The last thing that appeared was a dark, gray figure. It instantly blocked in front of Prince Yi. I will crush all of your hopes and dreams. No response. Attacking was the best response for Prince Yi at this time. At this time, the army of faceless people collided with the warriors of Undersea City, turning this place into a huge battlefield. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Not far away, when the war finally broke out, Luocchio's voice naturally sounded. In the Royal Library of Undersea City, the mural is so similar. They've obviously tried once. Miss Maid shook her head, then they failed, and the compromise they chose in the end remained. I still have the urge to collect everything here. Boss Luo said suddenly. "It feels like something a madman would say." He stretched out his hand. In front of him was like a blooming, bright flower. His palm was so gentle, stroking it across the open space, but he was reluctant to pick it up. All of a sudden, as if it was afraid that the resplendent flower would be destroyed, it slowly withdrew its hand. Boss Luo sighed softly at this time and smiled slightly. Sometimes it's interesting to just watch. I hope this won't be like a cactus epiphyllum. I hope this kind of rebellious heart can be preserved. Humans are forgetful, Miss Maid said indifferently. Only when a similar crisis appears, it will be like this. I have to say, maybe it's a kind of tragedy. Boss Luo didn't answer, but waved his hand gently. Beside him, a pure white, flying serpent quietly disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Every time when the huge tentacles in the sky smashed down, the undersea city seemed to have experienced a terrible earthquake. More than half of the houses had collapsed, and injured people were everywhere. In the control room of the White Tower, Riaz clearly saw that the East 13th Street where he grew up had been completely destroyed. In front of him, on the light screen, the energy value of the undersea city's protective shield was dropping rapidly. It couldn't hold on for too long. However, the work of taking in the children and young men and women hadn't been completed. Although Lyoga had given such an order since she acted as the undersea city emperor and gave a speech, there was too little time left for them. It was a chaotic scene all around. It wasn't a simple life and death battle of a few people, but a battle of more than 9 million people in the entire undersea city. The young man had never experienced such a thing. In the control room, a large number of nerve connection lines gathered on Riaz's body. Tens of thousands of messages, crazily, hit his brain every second. He needed to give too many orders, mobilizing all the defensive forces of the undersea city, controlling the facilities that were still in good condition, opening the way for the taking in work. Finally, he used the voices of the people in the undersea city to hear from the White Tower. This was already too much for him to bear. He immediately knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down like rain, and his body couldn't help but start trembling. I can't do it. I can't do it. I really... Riaz. The siren girl hurriedly supported Riaz, but she saw that Riaz's eyes were already starting to lose focus. She couldn't help but exclaim, "His mind can't take it anymore. This is too heavy for him." Madame Kaya quickly walked over. She took a deep breath and resolutely removed all the connections on Riaz's body. Then, under Helen's shocked gaze, she connected them all into her body. Madame Kaya almost fell to the ground as soon as she connected them. Her face immediately became extremely pale. This silly child. He actually held on until now. "Madame Kaya, I'm fine." Madame Kaya gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up. "You know what a lord is? A lord is someone who can still stand at a time like this." With that, Madame Kaya closed her eyes. The battle was much more tragic than she had imagined. The faceless people seemed to be endless, and it was impossible to kill them all. However, the soldiers of Heidi City were constantly being shot down. After being shot down, the soldiers weren't killed immediately. They were all wrapped up by the black cocoons of the faceless people and hung on the tentacles of sin. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp go numb. It made one feel despair. Are you all right?" Ever since Madame Kaya had taken over, Riaz had been brought to a corner to sit down. However, Riaz was currently hugging his knees as his body trembled. He stared ahead in a daze as his lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. "Riaz, can you hear me?" At this moment, Helen knelt in front of Riaz and put her forehead on Riaz's forehead. Then, she began to chant the siren's soul chant. Bit by bit, she tried to calm the chaotic soul in front of her. Am I very useless?" The chant of the soul didn't stop. The siren girl was still pressing her forehead against the boy's. "I can't do anything." Riaz murmured, I actually want to do something, but I really can't do it. I can't compare to His Majesty. I don't have Lyoga's decisiveness and ability to act. When they were talking, I couldn't even get a word in. I was like a burden. Now I even need my mother to replace me. Riaz. Helen suddenly stopped and touched Riaz's cheek. The siren girl's eyes suddenly revealed a gentle light. What are you doing? Riaz was shocked. She then grabbed both of Riaz's hands. Unknowingly, a dagger had appeared in her hands. She held Riaz's hands and pointed the dagger at her heart. The siren girl smiled and said, "Do you know? The sirens are a race that can do anything for the person they like. We never regret. I don't want this." He threw the dagger away in shock. "You've been lying to me all this time." Are you going to stand by and do nothing?" Helen said softly. At this moment, the huge tentacle in the sky finally broke the light shield of the undersea city. This unimaginably huge tentacle swept across the city. It swept away countless buildings in an instant. Finally, it swept to the white tower of the undersea city. The control room instantly turned into darkness. The huge light of the white tower dissipated instantly. On the battlefield, the blue light on Prince Ye's body instantly dimmed. He suddenly fell down. Countless faceless people swarmed forward at this moment, drowning him in an instant. No. At this time, the witch of Undersea City let out a mournful scream and rushed forward recklessly. Black threads began to crawl out of her body at this time. The blue-blooded giant, who lost control, stopped at once. Long Gang, who couldn't stand on his own, was even more desperate. His expression changed in shock. He raised his head and looked at the huge shadow that he couldn't see clearly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, burned himself, and stabbed at it crazily. However, a black gust of wind blew him down in an instant. "Ah, it's time to eat." Sin laughed wantonly. "It's a good choice to eat until I'm full in one go." He was falling. He fell from the white tower. How long would it take to reach the ground from such a high distance? Riaz suddenly felt that his mathematics knowledge was not enough. Under such circumstances, why would he care about this kind of thing? Helen. Mother! Not far away, Helen and Madame Kea were also falling. However, they fainted because of the impact. Riaz wanted to reach out to them, but he couldn't. Below, the entire undersea city was no longer what he remembered. As the symbol of Undersea City, the white tower that he could see every day since he was born began to collapse. It was over. He didn't want to give up. What could he do? "Riaz, don't give up." The voice, along with the wind, entered Riaz's heart. In his blurred vision, Riaz seemed to see a light, a dazzling radiance. This voice is... He struggled to open his eyes. However, he saw that there was something falling from above. Amidst the falling rocks, there was a pure, white figure. "Asla." Riaz murmured, "This is my flying serpent." He subconsciously reached out to the falling flying serpent. It was getting closer and closer. The voice became clearer in Riaz's heart. Finally, Riaz's hand touched a corner of the flying serpent. This is not White Qilin. This is... Riaz's consciousness suddenly surged. In this moment of despair, he suddenly turned around and sat on the pure white flying serpent. "I want to do something." This was the young man's heart. Then his body turned into light. A blue, pure light. It was not only him. Starting from him, or perhaps from his call, the falling Madame Kaya was also covered in a blue, sparkling light. It was not only here. In the deep sea, on the battlefield, Prince Yi, who was drowned by the faceless people, naturally emitted a pure blue light. The blue light dispersed all the faceless people. He looked at his hands and body in surprise. He muttered to himself, "Awakening? But why is this power different?" He looked over and saw that Lyoga's body was also emitting this clear blue light. Below her, a similar light bloomed. It came from Longang. At the same time, in the deep sea, the blue blood that was still motionless suddenly let out a long howl. It seemed to be roaring and calling for something. Its body also began to emit this pure light. Louis, this is... Lyoga was the closest to Princey. She looked at him in disbelief. This is... Princey said thoughtfully, resonance. The resonance of all the blue blood people. A huge light pillar suddenly appeared in the distance. It was so eye-catching in the darkness. It came from the direction of the Somna Trench. The holy sword in Longang's hand was vibrating. White Tower. It's the Tomb Keeper's White Tower. At this time, the holy sword suddenly left Longang's hand and rushed into the sky. At the same time, the holy armor automatically peeled off from the blue blood giant. It rushed to the location of the holy sword and merged with it. In the end, it still looked like a sword, but it was much bigger. The brand new holy sword shot into the underwater city. A young man riding a pure white flying serpent that looked like a Pegasus raised his arm and held the new holy sword in his hand. The broken white tower of the underwater city was shining. This was its last light. Finally, the young man riding the Pegasus flying serpent raised the holy sword high and turned into a dot of light, rushing into the darkness. At this moment, as if feeling the threat of this dot of light, Sin suddenly began to shrink its body. Is this your last resistance? Then, feel the more powerful despair. A roar sounded, but at this moment, tens of thousands of vertical green sword lights illuminated the darkness at the same time. In this darkness, there was another ray of light that bloomed at an unknown time. It was a green lotus. It wrapped the fairy in white tightly. At this moment, Chin-Chiyu's eyes were sparkling with star-like light. The vertical green sword light turned in an instant and stabbed at all the tentacles of Sin. Imprisonment, a temporary imprisonment. Green lotus. Sin screamed in anger with a hint of fear. But at this moment of imprisonment, the young man who turned into a light had already rushed into its body. The light was completely swallowed by the darkness. The sword lights used to imprison were all broken. Chin-Chiyu spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then her body fell down slowly. Everything became quiet after the light young man crashed into the darkness. Lyoga looked up in a daze, her palms oozing with cold sweat. She subconsciously grabbed Prince Ye's arm. Father, did he fail? Prince Yi lowered his head, frowning. Suddenly he clenched his fist. And me. As he said, Prince Yi pushed Lyoga away. Suddenly, the emperor of the underwater city also turned into a blue light, crashing into the darkness. He plunged in. Louis! 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 Sin's body shook crazily. Those numerous huge tentacles were crazily slapping everything. Finally, the slapping stopped, and the tentacles fell down one by one. At this moment, a light broke out from the darkness, illuminating the entire deep sea. Louis! With a shrill and angry scream, Sin's body was pierced by countless lights. Finally, the darkness dissipated. A ball of faint light slowly fell down from above. Lyoga and Longang approached at the same time. In the faint light, the emperor of the underwater city was holding the young man, slowly descending, and finally landing in front of the two. Riaz! A touch of fear flashed in Longang's eyes. Him? He. Lyoga looked at this young face with a complicated expression. He's fine. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He just exhausted his strength and fell asleep, and Longang and Lyoga looked at him at the same time. The emperor of the underwater city smiled, which was a relieved smile that Lyoga had never seen before. We won. Then the emperor of the undersea city fell headfirst. #######PS 5484ths.